A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. What a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to V8sonline's coverage of Round 3 of the 2016 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Tonight we're coming to you live from the wonderful Sonoma International Circuit in the United States. I'm Sam Sutton. We're missing our main host currently, Reese Gardner, who is experiencing some technical difficulties, so you'll have to put up with me for the time being. But tonight is looking like a thrilling night for racing. We've got Split 2 practice currently underway, and we'll be shortly going live to qualifying for that race. 34 laps for Split 2 tonight, followed by the main event, two 32-lap sprint races with a pit stop required in one of the two races. So it should throw up an interesting format tonight with a few new winners on the table. As Reese just joins me now in the booth. Reese, you got me, mate?
Yes, I have got you, Sam. Apologies for that, guys. A little bit of a technical issue, which meant I wasn't able to make the start of the broadcast, but I am here now. Sam, Sonoma time.
Yes, it's always a very exciting track. We've had the V8 Supercars for real at Simmons Plains just this weekend, and a track that is not too dissimilar is Sonoma. Going to be some extremely close racing. I can't wait.
Yeah, most definitely. It's pretty much a go-kart track in the V8 Supercar Sonoma. Yeah, we've got two small races tonight in main split, one of which the drivers will have to pit in, but I'm hearing from you, Sam, due to the high temperatures, some people are discussing pitting in both races.
Yeah, we've been seeing track temps as high as 48 this evening in just test servers around the traps, so some guys are thinking, just because the tyre fall off here is so massive, of pitting in both races even though you only have to do it in one.
Well, it definitely is going to be a very interesting race to see. I think just before Split 2 qualifying begins, we should probably take a look at the fact file for Sonoma, just to give you a little bit of an introduction to this venue.
Fact file starting now.
Located at Sears Point, the southern end of the Sonoma Mountains in California, Sonoma Raceway is a racetrack that is just about as old school as you can get. Twisty, mountainous, and very lean on runoff, it's a venue that is a holdover from the no-holds-barred days of the 60s that is still going strong in racing's modern age. Very little of the track is spent on full throttle, with unstable braking zones aplenty, big curbs, and little margin for error, if any, making this one of the most challenging tracks we visit for the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. We're using the shorter stock car layout in this round. Sonoma's history is not as romantic as other racetracks of its age, but it is an eventful one that speaks to the presence of business and money in motorsport. It started life as a joint venture between attorney Robert Marshall Jr. and land developer Jim Coleman, who came up with the idea of building a racetrack on the hillside of Sears Point while on a hunting trip in the region. The site for what was then called Sears Point Raceway had ground broken in 1968, and the circuit soon opened, with a layout that only differs slightly from the present day. After just 1 year of operation, Marshall and Coleman sold the venue to entertainment company Filmways Corporation for $4.5 million US. Despite hosting a USAC IndyCar race among a steady event schedule, the track was not a financial success, and only a further year later, Filmways closed the track. A rocky start indeed, and for a time, things seemed to get rockier. The track was leased from Filmways by a new team of investors and reopened in 1974. Over the next few years, the track changed hands from Filmways to the investing group and back to Filmways, all for diminishing returns every time. Fortunately, the track gained some stability when it was purchased by Brenda Raceway Corporation, which oversaw an expansion of the facilities and the debut of NASCAR at the circuit. By 1996, Sears Point was going strong, with Trans Am, NASCAR, and sports car racing all giving the facility a place on their schedules. And Speedway Motorsports purchased the track to take its rise in prestige even further. The track was massively upgraded, adding the current chute, the shortcut that NASCAR uses, as well as further facility updates and more runoff. With the upgrades came a naming rights deal with technology company Infineon, and the newly christened Infineon Raceway cemented its place as one of the US's top road racing venues. Though the naming rights deal ended in 2012, Sonoma Raceway still has a big presence in the racing scene, hosting, among other things, the NASCAR Sprint Cup and the IndyCar Series. Sonoma has been a mainstay of V8 supercars on iRacing since the very beginning of the series' tenure on the service, and with good reason. Its twisty layout and massive elevation changes make it very difficult to pass here, but one mistake and your race is as good as over. With drivers competing in 2 short sprints tonight, one of which they must pit in, action is inevitable. Sonoma Raceway, Round 3 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. Sonoma Raceway, one of the mainstays of V8 supercars on iRacing, and certainly a fantastic place to witness 2 sprint races tonight. But of course, initially, we're going to do the Split 2 race, which is just as long, but they only do one of them. And to take you through that, we've got Jake Burton and Sam Sutton, 2 Split 1 drivers, here to take you through the Split 2 race. Do I have you guys?
Yes, Reese, I'm back again, and we've got Jake Burton's joined me tonight as well in the booth. Very much looking forward to this. Jake, how you going, mate?
Yourself, had some couple little dramas getting in here, and still having a few microphone dramas, but I think I've got it all sorted out, and really looking forward to this 32-lap sprint race that we got in the Split 2. Certainly been great racing the last couple of weeks, and what better track to go to than Sonoma Raceway?
Yes, and if last year's round at Sonoma was anything to go by, this will be some of the best racing we'll see all season. 32 laps again tonight, but unlike Split 1, these guys have a 50% fuel tank restriction, so they are going to need to stop for roughly 20 litres. So they'll bolt forward and fresh tyres on, put some fuel in the tank, and they'll be good to go. We'll be looking at them pitting half distance, just purely because of how hot it is on track at the moment, which is 27 degrees ambient, 47 degrees track temp, so in other words, the Sahara Desert.
Absolutely, and you look around this place, and the place pretty much looks like a desert, so you can imagine this heat, but certainly going to be a challenge for these guys tonight, although I'm pretty sure most of the guys will be prepared. It's fairly trending at Sonoma to have such high temperatures, so been a big issue with this track in general, but the guys have known how to deal with it. So as I believe we're going to be heading into qualifying shortly, if we haven't already, let's talk about the track, Sam. So what do you think is going to be, the key factors to being fast around this place?
Key factors of this place is being smooth with the car. Although it is very much like a street circuit, you've got to be very smooth with the car because it's a low grip surface and it will tear the tyres to bits. The quick guys are able to flow the car, use as much mid-corner speed as possible, and although this car is not great with curbs at the moment, if you can get the car to handle that one curve turn 4 beautifully, you're nailing a lap.
Absolutely, and obviously this track, Sam, has a lot of direction change, even up turn 1, 2, even down 3, 4, and around the back section it's all about direction change. So certainly got to have a car that's pointy in the front end, and qualifying's begun.
Yeah, so just for practice, we had Mitch McLeod setting the pace, 2/10 clear of Michael Hammond in second, with his talking teammate Hayden Dodman in third. Paul Grell was fourth, with Heath Brennan running out top 5 in practice. But qualifying tonight will be interesting, as I believe the admins have just laid down the law. You got to take the actual track, so you can't take the shortcut in the back section of the S's to essentially shorten your outlap.
Absolutely, and of course, going back, casting our mind back to Watkins Glen, Cooper Murray took the win in that race, and I believe he's made the step up to top split this week.
Yeah, race winner from last round got himself a deal with ANZ and got himself in top split. So win a race, get into ANZ. That's the trick here.
Very clever, but yeah, absolute speed from Cooper Murray is always going to be there. Obviously a champion go-karter, so he's going to have the speed. But of course that leaves us, all these guys who are second split veterans, another chance to take a race win. So looking at our practice, the Torque Inc guys are quick, but once again we got Mike Hammond up there, so definitely going to be one to look for as the guys start their laps now.
Yeah, of course the quick names from all the rounds we had so far. Mitch McLeod was missing from round 2. He did pre-qual but didn't just make the race. Michael Hammond's been up there as well. Joe Burkett has been there or thereabouts. We'll see where he can go. He said he's been struggling with the car this week. And a couple other guys who I can't think off the top of my head who've been up there so far.
Absolutely. Obviously, a lot of these guys, the guys like Mitch and Mike Hammond and whatnot, are the guys who are literally your verging top split sort of guys. Guys that if they had an extra literally 10th or 2 around a track like this, they would be well into top split, and that's a big factor about this track at Sonoma, Sam. You and I were speaking about it prior to the race, just how close the lap times are here. I mean, in terms of actual pre-qual, Rogers and the guys up the front had quite a margin, but in that sort of 6th to 20th bracket, there's only a couple tenths, so certainly going to be quite difficult to find that tiny last bit of speed around this place.
Yeah, just for a bit of note out there for the viewers, 40th did a 1 minute 12.937, 41st was a 1 minute 12.939. So this track is a lot like Watkins Glen was last week, where if you can fluke a lap, you're probably going to be good to go. And just these guys, those thousandths of a second, that's what this track is. Even though it's 3.1 kilometers long, it's very technical, it's just that little thousandths and hundredths of a second you can lose so easily around this place.
As we're starting to see now some of our first lap times come out, Paul Gorrell, recently signed to SDC Motorsports, I heard earlier, runs straight out with a 1:14.2, which is half a second faster than the next guy, and I believe that is the fast. Oh, not quite. It's the second, not quite as quick as Mitch in practice, but that is a very fast lap time to start this session.
Yes, he's come out with a vengeance tonight. He's got half a second on Michael Hammond, but you never know, some of these guys could just be doing a few half-tank runs just to get the feel for the track again. Some guys might have jumped out of practice for a half hour, just have a break and get into the flow of it. But it looks like times are starting to come in now, with Paul Grell in first, Heath Brennan second, Michael Hammond third, and Joe Burkett fourth. Bones Fireland is currently fifth, but down the field it's so close at the moment.
Absolutely, and I've just seen Mitch McLeod cross the line with a 14.64, so that's going to put him P2, but he knows from practice that he's got a lot more speed in that Torque Inc Commodore, so he'll definitely be trying to challenge for Paul Gorrell. But what a lap to start the session from Paul Gorrell, that's what you want. Unfortunately, around this racetrack, with this such high track temperature, it's literally, a second lap isn't really a possibility, I don't believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So these guys are going to have to get it done on that first lap, and obviously with their no escape situation. Wait, do they have no escape in second split?
Yeah, there's no escape, Jake. No escape in here.
Yeah, so obviously these guys are literally going to have to do 3 laps worth. So you're talking 4 minutes and you're only going to get 1 lap in. And this being a track which is so hard to get a proper lap down throughout the whole track with all the direction change, it's certainly been a stiff session for these guys.
Yeah, I think Paul Gorrell's jagged that lap, and he knows he's probably not going to go faster unless he finds a part of the track that is quicker than the other. But Mitch McLeod, he's just set that banker. It's always about that first run. Try and get a decent banker in, and then he takes the pressure off. If you muff that first run, and you've taken 5 minutes of your time, you've only got essentially 3 more runs to get a lap out and you way down the field if you keep messing it up. So he's got his banker in, he's up in second, so he's probably not going to fall too much further down, so now he can actually go and attack qualifying.
Absolutely, and just watching Brendan King now, he did a 14.9 in practice, and he's yet to put a lap down, and he's going to be jumping onto the front straight to begin his lap now. But another thing around this track with all this direction change on some of these high-speed corners, he's right underneath Liam Wilde coming onto this front straight here. Is that draft going to play much of a factor with the aero?
No, there's very limited. It's a very open track, and the wind's just going to blow the car regardless. You get a bit of draft, there's no real straight to draft off at all. I think the main thing that's going to annoy you with the car in front is it's just blocking your view. You want in qualifying as much. And the V8sonline radio show resumes. Director's just getting in, and we'll have some live pictures for you shortly. Just some serious issues with the overlays. We've just had to kind of hit the red button and nuke them to start again, but you'll be getting some pictures shortly. Otherwise, it's just the lovely voices of Jake and myself talking through some times.
That's it, Sam, and we must mention our lovely V8 Supercars American friend Kane Craft has stepped in for Fonzie tonight, so we're obviously going to have a couple of teething problems. It's very early in the morning for him, so massive thanks to Kane for coming out and doing this for us tonight, and we hope we can bring this back to you guys fairly soon. Paul Gorrell's still sitting on that 114.2, but Heath Brennan and Michael Hammond are getting ever closer, just 2/10 back now from both of these guys.
Yeah, Mitch McLeod's still pushing the car. He's sitting on his 14.64 at the moment. Joe Burkett, a significant upturn in pace, sitting in 5th with a 14.675. But Sean Evans is on a 6.94, so these guys are within hundredths of each other at the moment.
Absolutely. Just looking a little bit further back, Hayden Dodman also very quick at the moment. Nothing new from the guys we were talking earlier like Sandhine, but someone who's really impressive at the moment is Sandhine's teammate, Graham Bones Filand, a guy who's normally happy to be just chugging around at the back of the field, currently in 11th place. Great work from Bones there.
Yeah, he's found half a second over his practice time. So he was 21st in practice on a 15.472. He's now 11th in qualifying on a 14.905. So a significant turn of pace there. Could have just been another one of those jagged laps, but either way, he's on the fringe of the top 10 here in second split.
Absolutely, and bit over half of this qualifying session now has taken place, which means we've got a bit less than half remaining, so definitely not much time left for these guys, about 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes, probably 1.5 more runs, so the guys who are there now will be looking to get back in their box. New fuel, new tyres, get out there for one more run and try and beat the checker flag.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how the stature goes so far with... Holy hell, Mitchell McLeod goes to the top with a 14.005, and I'm going to argue that that'll probably be pole position. That's very fast.
Yeah, I think Mitch can park the car and go have a smoke or a beer, and just that's it for the night. Come back in 8 minutes and race.
Absolutely. Mitch will want to hop onto the race set now, see if he can... bolt some race tyres, race fuel in, and see how we can practice this first lap. Obviously it's 48 degrees, so we're not going to have any issues like we had at Watkins Glen with guys slipping and sliding all out of control, but definitely going to be a challenge for these guys later in this race. But with the pit stop it should be fairly easy, as I've just seen Mitch actually fence it coming into the pits, so that's another thing that has to be mentioned. Sonoma Raceway, very difficult pit entry, very tight.
Yeah, it's a pit lane that can deceive you into wanting to push a lot harder than you actually can, because you get off the racing surface onto the pit entry and there's no grip. So as our pictures are back with working and functioning overlays, so it's no longer the radio show, we are now an official TV channel again.
Absolutely, and a bit of a happiness plea from Kane there. He's very happy to have it all working, so big thanks to Kane, and we'll now bring you guys the last 6 minutes of this qualifying session. I'm just having a little look at Paul Gorrell about to start a lap. Maybe we'll... actually no, we won't go on board just yet. A bit late notice, but we'll find someone who's going to go for a lap, and we'll get Sam to ride you guys through a lap around this place.
Oh, we could save the onboard lap for the race if we want, Burton. Oh, it's up to you. Who do you want to go on board with?
Well, yeah, we'll leave it to the race, because then we can go on board with Mitch and hopefully see him have a bit of an accident or something.
Oh, you you're not overestimating Mitch there. He'll probably finish this race.
Oh yeah, no. Mitch, obviously with a lap time like that in quali, Mitch is well prepared. Definitely a lot of pace there from Mitch, but yeah, I don't think anyone's honestly going to challenge him here. Only 5 minutes left. I just saw one movement in the timesheets. I think that may have been Ryan Shelton jumping up there, or maybe Mitchell Abraham.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the movement on the timesheets, but just a bit of words coming in from our former V8sonline commentator Jay Kennedy. The average speed of this track is 152 kilometers an hour, and that leads to that 1 minute 14 second lap. So very high speed circuit, even though it's extremely short and it's very stop-starty.
Absolutely, and just seen Michael Hammond go and do a 1:14.3, so that's going to dump him just in front of Heath Brennan. So 1 place improvement, that's really impressive, but I still don't think he has it for Paul or Mitch, and with such little time left in this session, these guys are going to want to get back to the lane very quickly.
Yeah, if you're on a lap now and you've got half around and you realise you're down, I'd be getting back in that pit lane and putting some new tyres on and just topping the fuel up, getting back out there again. Because if you go around, you're not going to get the full time to maybe do an extra run and just cheat that checkered flag. But current top 5, we've got Mitch McLeod on pole with a 14 flat. Paul Gorell is a 14.2. Michael Hammond, on a 14.3 with Heath Brennan behind him on a 14.4. Then we get back to where it's closed it up a bit. Hayden Dobman is 5th on a 14.668. Joe Burkett on a 6.75. Then Nigel Marneef on a 6.86. Sean Evans on a 6.94. And then we go into the 7s finally with Matt Jones on a 7.43. And rounding out your top 10 is Ryan Shelton, one of our American compatriots with us tonight. A very early morning for him. I think it's 3 a.m. he said. Is on a 14.784. He's just been bumped out of the 10 by Wayne Kendall, putting it into 5th place on a 14.638.
Got to give a big shout out to some of our internationals here this afternoon, Sam. Nigel Marneef and Victor Tanaka, obviously 2 other guys from many different continents across the world, so big effort by these guys to enjoy this V8 SCOPS racing. Well done to these guys.
Yes, we've got PJ Sturgis as well in the split 1. He's going to be up very early this morning to race. We had Victor Tanaka the other round, Tony Klusterman, all these names from the United States who are coming up through the V8 ranks 3 a.m. in the morning, or sometimes even earlier, to come and race with us in Australia. It's definitely commitment, and that's what we like to see.
Absolutely, it's fantastic to see some of these guys dealing with the net code as well. A little bit of extra frustration late at night, but these guys enjoy it, and that's what we really like to see from this brilliantly run Lenovo V8 SCOPS series. So hopefully these guys are enjoying it as much as we're enjoying watching it. But 2.5 minutes left in quali, so it's do or die now. I think Mitch has pretty much got it, Sam.
Yeah, Mitch is just out there trundling around. I don't know why he feels threatened. He could park it and have been safe about 5 minutes ago, but he's still out there. Paul Gorell's still out on track. Michael Hammond in the pit. So guys, now if they're going to decide to take another lap, they've got to do it shortly. It's going to take about 1.5 minutes to cycle around to get a lap going. So we've got 2 minutes and 5 seconds left. So we've got 30 seconds to make their mind up.
Absolutely, and yeah, Michael Hammond, Heath Brennan, Wayne Kendall, Hayden Dodman. Oh no, Hayden Dodman's actually about to come into the last corner, and I believe that it looks like he's going pretty hard. I think he's about to finish a lap. Let's see if he can jump up a couple positions maybe, being how it's so close to Wayne Kendall just in front.
Yeah, if you are from Hayden Dobbin back, so from 6th place back at the moment, you want to be out there on another lap, because as he bumps up into 5th with a 14.468, so a ripper lap there, that drops Wayne Kendall back to 6th. But if you're down from Wayne Kendall back, you want to be out there on another lap, because it's only hundredths and thousandths of a second you need to find in a time, and you can very easily just jag that without much effort.
Absolutely, and just by some very, very rough numbers, that kind of gap, like half a tenth of a second between those guys in meters. We're literally talking, I'm pretty sure, almost centimeters here. Like, this is very close qualifying for these guys. It's amazing to actually visualize just how close these guys are with those lap times. I mean, when it's a number, it's fine, but far out, this is close.
Yeah, it's been good. The last 2 rounds have been extremely close. Just the nature of the circuits we picked. Last round out was an oval. This one slightly more technical, but You'd expect on a technical circuit with high tyre fall off times to be a little more separate, but it's great racing. Showing the calibre of drivers we have in Split 2, it's not just the guys who couldn't make the top 40. These are legitimate guys who could make the top 40 any given week. It's just the talent at the moment is so high that guys like Mitch McLeod, a former series champion, is down in second split.
Absolutely, and of course guys like Joe Burkett, who we've seen put incredible drives in such as the Enduro Cup and the Australian Endurance Championship and whatnot. Absolutely brilliant steerer, but these guys just maybe don't quite have the time to put the practice in, or they're just learning. And what a race to be in the second split to learn. There's so much talent and definitely some quality. I'm lost for words, Sam. I've gone off on a train and forgotten where I'm going.
Oh, that's alright, Jake, because the checker flag's flying now, so guys on their laps have got to get it done. Looks like most of the top 5 are squared away. Hayden Dodman's just possibly on an in-lap, or he did do a 17.1, so he could be cooling down. I'm not sure now. Just see if any times do change on the leaderboard.
Hayden Dodman's actually just dropped a wheel, which I believe will be an off-track, and he's had a big moment in the second sector of the track, so Hayden's not going to improve, but unless we see anything drastic, I think we're going to have to congratulate our pole sitter, Mitchell McLeod.
Yeah, Mitch McLeod, 2 races attended, 2 front row starts, although this week he has dominated qualifying. 0.2 of a second around here is a mile. That's a very significant advantage. So he's looking comfy for the race, but you never know what can happen at Sonoma. Lap 1 carnage. That turn 1-2 complex will throw up some serious mayhem.
Absolutely, and hopefully we can go third time lucky soon, because as we know, Montreal, we had a major crash on the back straight, and Watkins Glen had enough to bring out a safety car, a pretty huge crash coming out of turn 1, so hopefully these guys can get it right this time and stay out of each other.
Yeah, I'd like to say they will, but the cynic in me believes there will be a major crash at turn 2, or someone will get fed into the fence at turn 5 this evening.
Absolutely, and I remember a few years ago back in the Monday night series we had a massive accident. I think it was one of the Power Bond Falcons coming out of the last corner actually just went up and over the fence. It was quite ridiculous. These narrow walls through this front straight absolutely invite themselves for an accident, and we saw last year, I think it was Madison Down was battling with Jared Filso actually knocked that fence as well, so it's not really a section you can run too wide through unless you've got 2 very, very understanding drivers, so this will be a real test for racecraft for these guys.
Yes, and the start is always interesting. Some guys will be starting around the corner back towards the hairpin, so we'll be very interested to see guys starting on the corner, whether they can actually get the car away cleanly. Some guys, of course, are not as comfortable starting a car from the stationary position as others would be. But as we're just in the gridding sign.
See, one of the first to our grid is our resident sheep, Joe Burkett, and he's actually rocked up to the grid very quickly, should I say. So he doesn't believe in the Sutton strategy of starting by the looks of it, Sam.
I'll have to have a word to him after this race and tell him that you don't grid to the last minute because it pisses everyone off and it saves your tyres. And it's actually 34 laps tonight as well, Burton. They've upped it from what it said on the forum post from 32 to 34, so a little bit more fuel, probably about 5 litres to make it home extra to what I said, so you're looking at 25 in the stop now.
Absolutely, and Sonoma Raceway, although it seems like a fairly long track because you're always busy, it is actually only a minute 14 lap time, probably minute 15s and 16s come this race, so although it is 34 laps, it's only going to be 45 minutes, so definitely quite a short sprint race for these guys here, especially compared to some of the races we've had in the past. But alright Sam, as I do every week, what's the pick, mate?
I can't go past our pole city Mitch McLeod. Last round we picked Joe Burkett and we failed miserably. I'm going to go with the easy option and pick Mitch.
Absolutely, I like the sound of that. I'm going to go on a little bit of a hypothesis that maybe he fluked that lap, and I'm going to say Paul Gorrell. Definitely a bit of new spark in this guy after joining SDC, so my pick's Paul. So hopefully he can take it to Mitch and we've got a good race on our hands. But I think the lights are coming up, Sam.
Yes, just waiting for the revs to build. As the light, I couldn't hear the revs, but the green flag's waved and they're off and underway. Great start for Michael Hammond. Got the jump there on Paul Gorrell. 2 wide through turn 1.
Must also mention I was actually riding on Joe Burkett for that start, and he actually dropped the clutch before the green light came out, so that's a jump start for Joe Burkett, I presume, and I presume he'll be making a drive-through.
Yes, it looks like everyone's through turn 1 cleanly. Cameras aren't helping me here, but we'll see as get through turn 4, everything's looking clean down towards turn 5, and the tricky wall that will catch anyone out on any good day.
Must also be mentioned Michael Hammond skips past Paul Gorrell off that start there, so great move by Mike. He'll be looking to chase down Mitch, but this is exactly what Mitch wants. He wants these guys to fight as we come through these awesome S's section here at Sonoma. A bit different to the IndyCar layout that most of us know. Awesome section of road, these guys changing direction like that.
Yeah, Mike Hammond got Paul Gorrell actually off the initial launch. He didn't bust into wheel spin as Mike's dropped the wheel in dirt, or he's sideways in the background there. But he's definitely had a much better jump initially.
Hayden Dodman's had a big dive on Heath Brennan.
That is a massive dive. That's going to let one of the other ERA cars back there through. Looks like Nigel Marnique, they're going to run 2, so 2 by 2, pulls out of it. Not a good place to think of 2 wide up here through turn 1 and 13.
That was very ambitious by Hayden Dodman, but luckily Heath had the eyes on the mirrors and made sure there was no collision there. But got to be very careful in these races, Sam. Although these guys are going to be grabbing tyres, making moves like that and losing the rear end is absolutely going to destroy these rear tyres if these guys aren't careful. So Hayden will have to go easy on those rear Dunlops the next few laps, as we see Marneef already all over the back of him. Sorry, Sean Evans, should I say.
Yes, it slide this car and this track temp. Goodbye grip. That's the way it's going to be. So Dodman will be struggling with those rears at the moment as he's forming a bit of a queue behind him with Sean Evans, Heath Brennan, Wayne Kendall, Mitch Aberhall and Matt Jones all lined up. And as we mentioned at the start, Joe Burkett has gone and served the drive-through penalty for his jump start. Absolutely. Joe won't be very happy about that one, but he'll be able to go back out and get some intel for you guys, I presume. Yeah, well, wouldn't surprise me if Joe... he wouldn't be able to get his fuel in, so never mind. I believe, looking in the forum posts, for a... oh no, sorry, I take that back. The compulsory is split 1, sorry. These guys just have to pit to get home. Yeah, but it's limited to the half tank, so he wasn't going to be able to get above 56 litres, so he's not able to take his fuel at this point. So it's basically stuffing around at the moment. He's going to be fighting through the mid-pack to get any good result out of this tonight. Absolutely, and just looking back up to the front, seems fairly line astern at the moment. Paul Gorrell, I feel, is the fastest car out of this bunch, but he just seems to be struggling with being a bit of netcode as well, but seeing around that Commodore of Michael Hammond. Yeah, that's how this place gets. It forms trains. I know we were part of a pretty long train last year, Burton, but you're going to get into train and it's hard to pass. You've really only got 2 spots, which is the hairpin at turn 12 and the bottom of the hill at turn 5. And potentially turn 6, but that's a hard one to get done. So 3 passing opportunities where you have to actually send it from a fairway back to get it done. Absolutely, and sorry if it's a bit late notice, but Kane, do you reckon we can get an on-board lap with Mitchell McLeod here, see if we can get Sam to talk us through it? So we are now on board Mitch McLeod as he comes down the front straight through turn 13, which is just a little kink up through the gears to 6th. On the 375 ratio. Turn 1 here, watch that inside wall. You can quite easily collect that. Down to 4th before the left-hander, then down to 2nd for the right-hander. Take some of that curb to pull it round if you want. Get the power down and pull 3rd to get the traction. 4th gear before this compression-loaded left-hander. Watch that curb on the left, it can offset you. Down to 3rd, take as much of that curb on the right, hook it round. 4th gear down the hill, then back down to 3rd for this right-hander. Watch the inside curb, but use as much of that exit curb as you want. Just be wary of that tyre wall catching up. 4th gear through the canyon, then down to 2nd. Some guys using 1st. Get the car pointed, hug that curb. Short shift to 2nd if you use 1st, otherwise just drive out. Up to 5th gear. Then you're going to drop it down to 4th. Some are using 5th for this left-hander. Keeping 4th gear through the right-hander. Just over the rise, getting a little bit of wheel spin, pulling 5th. Then 6th gear through this sweeping left-hander where the car can get very uneasy on low grip surfaces. Down to 4th, maybe 5th depending on your style, with the sweeping right-hander. And then to brake into turn 12 through the little dip, down to 2nd gear. Keeping it tight on that inside curve. Watch out for those tyre bundles, they can sneak up on you. Get the power down smooth and up through the gears. And that is a lap of Sonoma Cup. And what sort of time will that be? It's a 1 minute 14.812, so quicker than his previous lap.
Yeah, great work, Sam. What a lap, hey? I think he sounded a little bit like an auctioneer there, mate. I think it's very clear to just in the nature of how Sam was speaking there, just how hectic this track is as a driver. Literally, you're thinking in your head, literally what Sam was saying there through this whole lap. So, very hectic lap here at Sonoma, but great consistency from Mitchell McLeod at the moment. That lap was actually 6/1000ths of a second slower than the last. So, Mitch keeping it clean and consistent to start this race.
It's what you got to do on this track. Race, a quality trim you can rag it, but in race you've got to be super smooth with it, otherwise your tyres just won't last. They won't laugh either, but they won't last. Michael Hammond's dropped 8/10ths back from him, and that's a further second back to Paul Garrell. So those guys may be struggling with the tyres, or are simply just settling into a rhythm and thinking long game and how they can use the pit stop to their advantage.
Absolutely, and just looking throughout the field at the moment, it seems like a bit of a road train. None of these guys are actually making much ground on any of their competitors, but I'm just looking now at Matt Jones and Wayne Kendall. Wayne Kendall had a big moment coming out of the turn 11, but now they're going to be side by side.
He went wide on exit of the hairpin there, but luckily he got the power down, so it's kind of crisis averted there for Wayne. But that's what you're going to see, guys getting a lot of push into that hairpin. Early on with good tyres you can use second gear, but you're going to have to think about putting it into first just to get the nose in and then pulling second halfway through the corner to get the drive off.
Can just see
Ryan
Shelton's had an excursion. Whereabouts is that, Sam?
That's up at turn 2. He's actually had a bit of a coming together by the looks of it with one of the Fusion sim racing cars. That's Will Dodd. He's just pushed wide into him in the left-hander. No fault of Will Dodd's there, and he's just been bumped, basically shoulder bumped off the track.
Yeah, that's fairly disappointing for Ryan Shelton. Obviously, maybe a little bit of net code there involved, as we spoke of earlier. Ryan Shelton from the United States of America. But I'm actually just looking back now at Wayne Kendall, as we were looking at before. He is really struggling with the front tyres on that Falcon at the moment. You can just see it all throughout the racetrack. Wayne just taking probably a little bit of a too narrow line at the moment. He's not really compensating for the high track temperatures, and you can see it's costing him on exit.
Yeah, he seems to be arrowing it at the apex a lot, and he's taking a lot of curb in some places. Just watching him there through turn 11, he took a lot of curb, and often that'll push you off and wide, and you want to get up against it. You don't want to climb it, which is what he's doing. So he's definitely struggling a little bit with the front of that car.
Absolutely, and just seeing him come through turn 2. A corner, well, a lot of corners in fact at this track are very off camber, and that means that the road actually falls away to the outside, and naturally the car's going to want to go that way, which means on a hot track like this, it's pretty much the disaster setup for trying to get these cars turned, so it's really going to be a struggle if you don't compensate. So hopefully Wayne can get that sorted by the end of the race, as Matt Jones behind him has had a massive moment.
Yeah, that curb, you put your wheels on it, you want to get full throttle as soon as possible, but there's no grip on top of it. There's a little bit of apron behind it that's not fully rubbered up like the rest of the circuit, so you put the power down and the car wants to squirrel away at you, and that wall on the left gets closer very quickly if you start getting loose.
Absolutely, and we're just hearing from Reese that Luke Harvey has actually made his way into the pit lane, and it looks like he's entered it completely legitimately, maybe not from contact or anything like that, but he's stationary for a very long time. I'm starting to think maybe this is a penalty or a black flag. Yeah,
there's actually a fair bit of damage to the right front of that car. Looks like he's made contact with a car or a wall somewhere around this track. So I think he's done for the evening. Also, we've got Michael T, I'm not going to try pronounce that last name, 5 laps down. Sanya Delalic as well as Paul Pressing, also multiple laps down. Looks like they're done for the night.
I've actually just gone back and had a look, and Luke Harvey did it in guess where. Coming into turn 1, he's actually just gone straight into the fence on the outside. Obviously a very narrow bit of racetrack there, and that's cost him his race, so horrible luck there. And I'm actually looking just after that happened, Ryan Shelton off the road again, so Ryan may be struggling with that Falcon at the moment.
Yeah, turn 1's a corner that can suck you into wanting to push harder than you actually can, especially with such a high track temp. You're not going to have the ability to carry as much throttle into the corner. You're probably going to be lifting off before you start to tip the car into turn 1. On a good day, with a quality set, you can carry it most of the way up the hill until you start lifting and braking, but you guys, they're going to have to lift and coast for a bit to just get the car to turn.
Must be mentioned, race leader in the pits.
Mitch McLeod in the pits. We'll see if this is a legitimate pit stop. We've been going for about 8 laps. Yeah, that makes sort of sense. That just quick mental math there. We'll see what this does. But that promotes Michael Hamlin to the lead. No one else entering pit lane at the moment.
Believe that's just very interesting strategy to pit early there. It seemed to work for the guys over at TTL last round, Sam. So definitely pitting early on these hotter tracks seems to work. But Mitch McLeod at the moment, honestly, I don't think it really matters that much. His consistency, other than lap 6, has all been within a tenth of a second. So incredible lap times from Mitch at the moment, and he's pretty much got this sealed up as long as he keeps it on the road.
Yeah, but consistency means nothing when the guy behind you goes to half distance and then has essentially what would be now about 12, 15 lap newer tyres. Sorry, 6, 8, can't do math, lap newer tyres. It won't mean much, and he's going to come out in traffic as well. He comes out in front of Daryl Hockey.
Absolutely, and he's got 3 cars immediately in front of him, and as this is for position, I believe, that's... I'm not sure these guys will give it up to him too easily.
Yeah, so he's slotted back into 31st, 32nd. The gap in between those two, in between Chris Hogan and Daryl Hockey. He should make quick work of these guys, but still, it's not what he wanted. He wanted to get out there, make the most of the new tyres, and just fly away.
He's actually got fairly lucky with the positioning because he's got a fair distance to Daryl Gale now, but this section of track here for Mitch is actually the part of the track you don't want to be behind someone, and especially up in turn 1, 2, 3 and 4 as well. So hopefully Mitch can get this done. Maybe one into the last corner if he's lucky. Maybe have a go at Daryl Gale down here, but I think he's a bit too far back.
I wouldn't have put it past Mitch though, having a look, but Daryl Gale actually has a look on Brodie Barris in front of him. Now Mitch is going to get held up as well. Not a good time for Mitch there.
Oh, this is dangerous as well. Too wide through this section. He's going to keep
he's going
it
to do
there.
it. He's going to do it. Oh, he's on the brakes through turn 1 to keep the car narrow so he doesn't run into Gales. Gale's gone very wide, nearly in the dirt, and he get that done. Mitch McLeod does, and he's now up into 30th position.
Daryl Gale just getting into those weeds there that we have on the outside of turn 1, and that car just ploughed. You saw it as soon as he got on the brakes to try and get it turned a little bit. He just went straight ahead, and Mitch is now going to take, that is Brodie Barris as well. So no worries to Mitch. He's got a bit of clear track up front now. But as for our leaders...
Yeah, a bit of a gap there between Michael Hammond. It's about 2 seconds back to Paul Gorell, but Hayden Dodman is closing ever quickly on Paul Gorell there. 0.6 of a second, so there's a battle developing there, but I say developing because it's not actually happening yet. They're just closing up.
That's it, and Joe Burkett, after having that first lap black flag, has actually climbed back up to 27th position, so he's still going to be working on it. I'm sure Mitch and Joe might have a little tussle of their own yet.
Yes, Joe, he's got to do his normal pit stop though as well. He couldn't get the fuel in with his drive-through penalty, so he's fighting back there in 26th position with Wayne Taylor and Brendan King.
Just talking about Michael Hammond now, he looks to be really struggling on these rear tyres at the moment. Very, very right out sideways, I guess you could say, but I think he's definitely playing the patience game. He knows that Mitch is going to be struggling on those tyres after, 25 laps, so Michael Hammond now just trying to conserve these front and rear Dunlops and get the thing to the half race distance.
Yeah, tyre conservation is going to be a massive thing. We're at lap 11, ticking over to lap 12 now of 34. But Jake, just want to highlight something. You're currently the subject of a game in the broadcast chat. The amount of times you say absolutely to open a sentence is the subject of a very interesting game at the moment.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't expect anything less from you, but we look up to the racing. Paul Gorell and Hayden Dodman still locked together, 0.6 of a second separating them. Sean Evans in 4th, just a bit further back. Mitch Abrahall for Man Cave Motorsports is a good showing for those guys. Rounds out the top 5. But
That's
6th and
right,
7th
Sam.
as well at the moment, mate. Wayne Kendall and Heath Brennan. It's probably one of the closer battles we've got with Matt Jones and Nigel Marneef behind them. I cannot speak this evening.
I think we both need to get a little bit more sleep, Sam.
We've been busy driving all those pre-qual hours to try and be quick. It's taken its toll.
Absolutely. But these guys now, Michael Hammond's still not looking anywhere near that pit lane. He wants to push this thing as far as he can.
Yes, the only guys who have pit this evening, Joe Burkett for his pit lane penalty, Mitch McLeod for his service, as well as Graham Fireland. So that's the only 3 cars who have gone down pit lane tonight.
Mitch McLeod has actually just done his fastest lap of the race, so he's definitely not holding back. And we look up further, Michael Hammond has actually done 15.4. So at the moment, Mitchell McLeod is pretty much got about 8/10 or so a lap over Michael Hammond at the moment that he's bringing him in. So Mitchell McLeod is absolutely going to come out of the pits a long way in front of Michael Hammond, but it's just going to be a matter of whether Mitch can keep the tyres on that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be, if I was Michael, I would have shadowed Mitchell into the pit lane because he's the guy you're racing. But I can understand the logic behind Michael wanting to stay out. He is building a 3-second lead over the guys behind him. But we are having guys entering the pit lane now. Liam Wild just went in that lap as well to get his service done.
That's it. It's good to see these guys getting into the lane, but all seems fairly line astern at the moment, Sam. There's not really too much battling going on throughout this field. I'm looking at a couple close guys we spoke about earlier, Matt Jones, Wayne Kendall and Heath Brennan. These guys are still all over each other, but Sonoma Raceway being a track that it's just so difficult to pass at, and it's obvious that these guys, Matt Jones being one of the quickest cars in this pack, he just can't get it done.
Yes, and actually we're going to look back at Mitch McLeod now in 23rd. He's got the train of Joe Burkett, Brendan King and Todd Valentine in front of him. Todd Valentine had a massive tank slapper coming off 5, and Mitch McLeod has caught these guys at a rapid rate. Joe's actually having a look up the inside of Todd. Mitch is going, Todd's gone on the pit lane. So there we go, that's the excitement out of that one, but we still got Mitch and Joe locked in combat with Brendan King in front.
I'd like to see Joe make this a little bit difficult here for Mitch. Joe knows that he was up the front in terms of pace, and I'm sure he would have liked to have had a race with Mitch, so I'd like to see Joe not make this too easy for Mitch, but have a little bit of fun with him.
I think the tyres that Mitch has under him, though, will be a lot better. They're only 6 laps old, whereas Joe's are 14 laps, so he's pushing the envelope with his tyres at the moment. We're getting close to that half-distance pit stop. Lap 17 we should be seeing pit stops for these guys if you're doing the 50-50 split on the tyres.
That's it, and Mitchell McLeod there, just what we were speaking about earlier about not being able to see the apex of some of these corners when you're up behind. Mitch completely missed the apex for turn 5, just completely missed it and ran wide, so it's very obvious to see this theory into practice of just how difficult it is to see around the back of these cars.
Yeah, you'll probably find at some point you're looking at the side of the car to find your braking references. That's why you never put it on something that's on the road, because if it's blocked, you're stuffed. So Mitch has just poked, he's able to run a tighter line, he's poking the draw, he's actually having a look into the final corner here on Joe. Pretty stock standard move, Joe's giving him plenty of space, running out in the weeds. He knew his goose was cooked, just let him have it. So Mitch McLeod another position, and it's probably going to be another ripping lap time that's going to put Michael Hammond even further behind him.
Yes, and Joe Burkett, obviously not great TV, but still making a very smart decision for his race personally. He doesn't want to be involved in an accident with Mitch fighting a battle that he's not really involved in. So great driving there from Joe. Just looking through the field a little bit, Michael Hammond still stock standard. He's still going to come into the last corner, but he is actually just about to approach some lap traffic in James Scanlon and Todd Valentine. So it might be smart for him to pit next lap, maybe avoid these guys if he doesn't actually get caught up with them in this lap.
Yeah, Paul Girl's actually just gone to the pit lane now. I think Michael Hammond might have hit the wall then as well at turn 1. Could just be my eyes deceiving me, but Paul Girl to the pits, getting his service done. Nigel Barneef, Matt Jones, is also in the pit lane.
Be interesting to see Michael Hammond there. I definitely saw that as well. He did seem to nick it a little bit, and he does seem to be struggling, but it could just be a bit of warm tyres, and he's trying to get around it. But we'll see. Obviously, it would be smart, I think, for Michael Hammond to jump into the lane this time by to avoid this traffic up in front of him and compensate for Paul Gorrell jumping into the pits, as we've seen just how much of a difference it makes. But we're going to look at Brendan King and Joe Burkett now side by side.
Joe, don't do that there, mate. Come on. He's looking down the outside at turn 13 and turn 1. Thought better of it. He's actually used... Oh, Paul Gorrell. Paul Gorrell in the 68 has come out right behind Mitchell McLeod.
We all want to see Burkett send it, let's be honest. Come on, Joe.
But we were on that topic before, sorry, Jake, of Mitch getting a massive gap over the guys who were behind him. Paul Garrell has gained on Mitch in the pit stop. He was 3 seconds back at the stop. He is now essentially on his bumper. So Paul Garrell is in this with fresher tyres, and you'll have newer tyres at the end of this race. This is going to go down to the wire.
Did we see
he's
the
copping
jacks?
a block.
Michael Hammond
Danny
as well,
Trim's
our
just
current
getting in
race
the
leader in
way.
the pits.
Yep.
As expected, lap 17, split it in two. Obviously, we're at half race distance now, which means we've got half of it left.
Yeah, a lot of guys in the pits as well with him. Sean Evans, Mitch Abrahall, Wayne Kendall from the top 10 as well pitting this lap.
That's it. And Michael Hammond has dropped the jacks, and he's going to get the pit limit off and come out of the pits. Has he cleared everyone there?
I'm not sure.
Wait,
I'm not sure.
what's just happened? That Michael Hammond has several seconds over Mitchell McLeod somehow, like literally 1/8 of the racetrack.
Look, anything happens in V8SCOPS racing, and it usually does, and I'm confused.
Maybe Michael
Maybe
Hammond's
he
taking a
hasn't
little bit of a
taken-
Madison downstrap.
Yeah, but that means running out of fuel at the line. I'm perplexed. Extremely confused as to what has just gone on there.
Well, we did say that we saw Michael Hammond get into the fence, so I don't know. This is very unusual.
Yeah, I've got Hammond at
Oh.
a 12.6 second stop, Mitch McLeod at 23.7, Paul Garrell 17.7. So Mitch has
Listen-
done something in his stop.
Listen to Michael Hammond here. He is coasting that car a lot by the sounds of it. I don't know if it's just me, but he sounds like he's coasting that car a lot. I mean, Mitch maybe got a slower stop and Paul be there, but Paul was only 3 seconds behind Michael. He's now, 10? So this is, I don't know what's happened here.
Now, Jake, I know you like to give out tips on fuel saving, but telling the guy to not put fuel in the tank is not a good idea. So if he's not fuel saving, if he is fuel saving, that's the craziest thing I've heard, because this track is nearly impossible to save lots of fuel at. Considering it's a 25 litre stop, yeah, good luck.
Well, it's certainly made what has, to be honest, been a fairly boring race so far very interesting. This is going to be a big race for the finish. Michael Hammond, it'll be interesting to see what lap time he pulls this time. If it's like a 16 or something, we know exactly what he's done, but he definitely looks like he's coasting that car a lot more than he should be.
Yeah, I'm still speechless, really. Like, that's ballsy to try and fuel save at Sonoma. Madison at Montreal, you can understand, and that was a miscalculation. But if this is a legitimate move, I don't know.
As we said though, Madison, a track so easy to save, well not easy, but easier to save at, such as Montreal, and he had 13 or 14 seconds. Michael Hammond has 8, and a lot of laps still to do, and that last time was a 15.0, so actually not that bad.
Well, just to put a note on that, Hayden Dodman's also jumped Mitch McLeod in the pit. So Mitch had a slow stop. We'll put that into perspective. Mitch was about 10 seconds slower on his stop. But the fact that he's only... I don't know, I'm confused. I mean, Michael Hammond did do a 12.7 second stop. Paul Garrell did a 17.7. So that's 5 seconds in there alone. So that could be what we're looking at. We could just be confused to the nth degree about nothing. But we'll see how this goes. Michael Hammond could have jagged this race win from nowhere.
I was gonna say maybe that Michael Hammond didn't take tyres and Mitch did, but I don't know why you wouldn't take tyres if you've got to put 25 litres of fuel in. It's just not feasible, so this is
tyres
really
only take
confusing.
9 seconds, so it's no real loss. Like, 20 litres of fuel is the same as putting on 4 tyres. So if the guy's asking did he take tyres, he definitely would have taken tyres. It is suicidal to not take tyres in this race. Yeah, the gap, his gap's about 8 seconds back to Hayden Dodman last time across the stripe, and then Dodman's got 2 back to McLeod. Then Evans is slotted in behind McLeod, so he's got a significant jump. So is Abrahall. So Garrell, who we thought had a good gain on McLeod, has actually dropped back 2 places from where he would have effectively come out.
Now, something very interesting, if we could maybe get an admin in TeamSpeak. Nick Horsler from Angry Birds Racing, obviously good friend and teammate of Michael Hammond, has jumped into TeamSpeak and poked me and told me that he'll let us know what's up. So I'm really interested to see if Mike's done anything different here. So if we can maybe get Nick pulled up and have a chat to him?
I think we'll just see if Nick sends us any juicy information. But yeah, we'll see where this plays out. Some guys are just... Well, obviously we acknowledge the point that Mitch got held up in traffic, but he didn't get held up what was essentially 13 seconds in traffic. He cut through that traffic pretty cleanly. 10-second loss in the stop, but you would have thought he would have closed that up with the fresher tyres. As we actually have Nick, the team boss of Angry Birds Racing, in here. Nick, has Mike pulled a Swift here on the whole field and just not taken fuel?
Yeah, well, look, I've been spotting him from the race start, and we were carefully watching Mitch McLeod. We were a bit surprised he pitted so early because it just buried him in the traffic. And Mitch was actually, for most of the time, doing high 15s in his laps when Mike was still in the 14, in the mid 15s. And yeah, we thought Mitch's stop was pretty long. We still put 25 litres in Mike's car, so he's all good to go to the end as far as we're concerned.
Well, that clears one point of contention we had up in the box here with that. We thought he might have just not taken fuel and just tyres, considering the air gap he had, but we looked through the times carefully and we thought it seemed a bit reasonable to have jumped him 10 seconds. But so Mike's looking pretty good for the win here now. Only real challenge will be Nick Hayden Dodman back behind him, who's 7 seconds back. That's a fairly decent chunk of time to make up in 13 laps.
Absolutely, and Hayden Dodman, obviously, we saw struggling with tyres earlier, so this has been a really clever strategy, Nick. It just seems standard, though. I can't believe this has happened. I still can't visualise it in my head, but well played by you guys. Obviously, you chose to pick the 50-50 split on the stints to save the tyres.
Yeah, it was as much 50-50, but also looking for a spot to put him back out into where he was in nice clean air. And you know, the strategy we work on is if you're out in front, stay there, because otherwise you'll get buried. And then as soon as you come across your lapped cars, that's when you're going in. And it worked out perfectly, because when he caught up to the lapped cars, there was a gap for him to drop into as well.
Well, Nick, I think you can spot for any of us anytime, because you are the gap-finding master. So thank you very much for giving us a little bit of insight into what actually went on there with Mike, and calming Jake and I down, and we have a little bit of mental peace now as to how this all played out.
No worries, guys. Great call, by the way. Just love and listen to it.
Cheers, Nick. So that was Nick Oisler, boss of Angry Birds Racing, who is currently leading the race with Michael Hammond, looking to be their debut win, I believe, for this team in a V8SCOPS round. He's got 8 seconds over Hayden Dodman, who's then got a further 2 back to Mitch McLeod, who rounds out the podium, closely followed by Sean Evans, though. So this race, although the lead looks pretty sewn up, the minor placings very much up in the air still.
Absolutely, and a big thanks to Nick for coming and having a chat to us. He has a brilliant YouTube channel, which he runs as his username. It's named Crysetch, and he does some awesome commentaries of some of the Oceanic Sim Racing races and some R-Factor events even. So check him out, and what a strategy from these ABR guys. This is really proof of just how consistent driving and doing calculated and clever, smooth moves and nothing rash has really benefited you. I think Mitch was probably not too smart. I mean, we see we've had maybe some extra problems, but pitting on lap 9, that was probably a bit of a blunder.
Yeah, to be fair, the strategy that Mike's pulled is not far from the normal. All they did was find a good gap for him to get into, and just did what I would have done in this race as a 50-50 split of the tyres, and he's gapped the field. So, interesting call when talking there, but talking do what they do, and just hasn't worked out tonight. So, and Jay actually is coming in. He's had a massive accident and saying, well, I had an epic fail. So, Jay Kennedy, of course, out on track and not in the commentary box anymore, and enjoying his racing. Or not enjoying if he's crashing.
That's it, and Hayden Dodman actually pulled half a second on Michael Hammond that time by, whether that be just a bit of a blunder from Michael Hammond or Hayden actually catching, we'll find out. But I think with 11 laps to go, it's pretty ambitious to pull in 7.5 seconds. The race that I'm actually looking forward to is if Mitch manages to catch up to the back of Hayden. A bit of team rate rivalry could go down there.
But just looking back to 3rd and 4th, Sean Evans is giving Mitchell a hard time, or a bit of overlap almost there at turn 12, almost giving him a bump. It's keeping Mitch Abraham in the picture though, so these two fighting it out for the podium. I think Sean's got a bit of pace over Mitch at the moment, just looking at the body language of the car, because Mitch is going to be struggling on those tyres. They are nearly 15 laps old, whereas these guys are probably about 6, 7, 8 laps old on their tyres. So Mitch not having a great time. I'm going to just say he's going to drop to probably about 5th place by the end of this race.
Big shout-outs to 4th and 5th place, Sean Evans and Mitchell Aberhall. Both of these guys started outside the top 9 and are inside the top 5, so Sean's obviously come from 9th to 4th, and Mitchell Aberhall from 12th to 5th. So this is really impressive from these guys. Definitely proof that just calm, calculated and controlled driving is the key at this track, and you'll definitely see that in the split one race later today. Even though it's a sprint race, certainly going to have to play it smart.
Yeah, this is, even though it's labelled a sprint race because you don't need a full tank and it's not a nice long race like we have for the last 2 rounds in split run, it's still a pretty decent chunk of distance. You know, it's around about, I'll get back to you on the numbers, but it's a decent amount of time. 45 minutes, 50 minutes in the car is still a fairly decent chunk of time for a sprint race. You'd be looking at like half an hour for a sprint. So these guys are doing good work, and on a track that's less than ideal to drive on, yeah, I wouldn't want to be out there.
Absolutely, and Hayden over the last couple of laps has actually brought in another 4/10 on Michael Hammond, but at this rate it's not going to be enough. So Hayden's going to have to really put the pedal down if he wants to do this, but yeah, Mike I think is just trying to get this car home at the moment. He knows if he just keeps it out of all the fences that he's going to take this win in flying colours. And
Jake, just a bit of insider info, I know it's been shared to the broadcast chat, but just so we know, Mitch started on the qual set, so that's why he had to pit early to take the fuel. He was out of fuel when he went to pit, so...
yeah, okay, that explains a lot. I think that can be said, but yeah, Mitch will be very unhappy about that blunder, and that sort of makes sense as to why, you know, he was pulling those ridiculous lap times equal to his qual pace at the beginning of this race. So very bizarre situation there for Mitch, and I'm sure he'll be kicking himself over that one.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make, especially when you kind of park the car for the last little bit, you walk away, probably as Mitch would have done, grabbed a beer, sat down and just go grid, and then would have got off the line and went crap on the quali set. But luckily it's not too far, he would have had about 15 odd litres in it, so he ran it dry, filled it up, but it's definitely hurting him now. There's Joe Burkett back in the field, Marty Cream is just down the inside at turn 6, good move. Joe's recovering well up to 19th after essentially dropping to the back of the field on lap 1 with his drive-through for pretty a rookie mistake, dropping the clutch too early. I understand if it was downhill start, but it's a flat piece of road, so not good by Joe with his jump start, but good recovery.
Absolutely, and as we spoke about earlier in the race, Graham Filan, Dale Nish and Peter Latham are a few guys I'm looking at the moment. They're not exactly bumper to bumper, but they're all still up together. These guys are absolute veterans. Obviously Dale Nish and Graham Filan are ex-teammates, and Peter Latham, obviously the last name is very familiar, is actually the father of none other than TTL's John Latham. So a bit of a father-son combo in sim racing here, but Pete, Graham and Dale all doing really well here in 15th, 16th and 17th.
Yeah, still a lot of close battling back through the pack. 10th to 12th are separated by 1.5 seconds. Mitch in 3rd. Still got Sean Evans very close on his bumper, but other than that, a lot of guys spreading out now as tyre wear's definitely playing a factor, and this is where more driver talent and the smoothness you can drive the car with comes into effect.
I'd just like to say a little bit without context, but very clever, Ryan. That was quite smart, mate. I'm quite happy to see some quality memes being produced from this race, but back to the action.
Yeah, back to the action. Michael Hammond is keeping that gap about 7.5, 8 seconds back to Dodman. Dodman's keeping that gap about 2 seconds back to Mitch, but Sean Evans is right on the gearbox now of Mitchell McLeod, giving him the good old hurry up. But being in that dirty air, you're not being able to see. It's not really dirty air, it's just blocked vision that Sean's having at the moment. He's not getting able to pick his marks. Bit of brake temp as well could be coming into it, and you're just not going to be able to get a smoother drive as possible when you're close behind like you are now.
Certainly, and Sean Evans, you can just see Mitch is driving that car so hard into and off the corners, which is making it quite difficult for Sean to get past because he can't get much of a run, but Sean's mid-corner speed, as you can see it through this hairpin, is just so much more than Mitchell McLeod's at the moment. He's just so much more speed in the mid-corner because he can use those front tyres to bite the car into the track and actually get it to turn.
Yeah, Sean would have hit, I think it was lap 16, Mitch lap 8, so there's 8 lap difference in the tyres, and it's definitely showing at the moment. Although the lap times weren't reflecting it, I mean a 15.8 last time for Sean, a 16.2. A 16.2 for Mitch, that's extremely slow for someone of Mitch McLeod's calibre to be doing this late in the race.
That's it, and looks like there's not too much action going back in the field, but I definitely want to see Sean Evans have a dive at Mitch. Sean Evans is a guy we've seen since we started commentating together back in the Monza race, I believe it was last year, Sam. Sean Evans is such a big steerer and he loves to go for these big dives and he's quite aggressive, so it's going to be really good to see these two guys go at it, especially Mitch on worn out tyres. I think he's definitely the faster driver, but he's got way less grip, so this is going to be really interesting.
Yes, we're ticking over to lap 29 now. My camera's just about to do that, so 6 to go. I think my math is correct.
Sean Evans is gonna stick it in there.
Sticking the nose in there. He's got to get that drive though. He's going to be on the outside for 13 in turn 1. Pulls
Mitch
back
has
into
to be
line.
careful. Mitch has to be very careful on those tyres, taking these curves here too narrow, or he'll stick it right in the fence. So Sean Evans is going to be a little bit wide here, but has the corner speed and he's all over Mitch here. This is insane, and he's going to give him a little bit of a bump too.
Yeah, this is definitely where the action's at the moment. Sean Evans getting impatient, wanting to get past. I can understand because it's a podium. A podium's a podium no matter what race you're in. If you can get to that third place, it's going to be great confidence for him, and maybe just spur him on to try and make top split next round out at Sebring.
Might be a bit of a smart play here from Sean, Sam, to maybe just wait for the second to last lap and pull a bit of an unexpected dive bomb, you know?
No, well, there's no car for Mitch to pass and then have his teammate come out from behind him and pass him at the same time. So, just pass whenever he wants. That's what I'm going to say.
For context, please look at Sonoma Raceway last year in the V8SCOPS season. But anyway, Sean Evans now seeming to be a little bit struggling with the rear end of that car. Mitch has got a little bit of a buffer, but I'm sure Sean will bring it back very quickly.
Sean's just looking better under brakes, especially into the hairpin. He's able to brake it squarer and he's not chirping the rears. Mitch is looking a little bit squirrely under brakes, and then also, not getting it pointed as well at the hairpin. Just had a lump in my throat.
All good, and yeah, Sean absolutely has the car speed. You
Oh,
can
he's
just
trying
see
to get
it.
around the outside at turn 2. What is he thinking? That is
Well, we
bold
saw
move
Madison
at its
Down
best.
try it last year, and it's certainly not impossible, but he's going to have a lot of traction in that ERA Commodore if he wants to make anything from it, but maybe down into turn 6? Not quite.
He's absolutely filling the mirrors right now. Got to get the drive off 5, have a look into 6, just have a go, have a dive, send it. You got 5 to go. Got to get it done. The laps will tick away very quickly here.
If I was Sean Evans now, I'd want to be maybe trying to go for that dive as quickly as possible. Normally I'd say wait to the end, but with a character like Mitchell McLeod, you don't want to leave it too late because he will do everything in his power to stop Sean from sneaking that podium. So you see Sean dropping a 4th gear through the second to last corner. That's actually quite interesting. I've never actually done that yet. Maybe just trying to get a bit more turn into that ERA Commodore.
Well, I don't think he needs turn. He's got plenty of turn. It just seems like Mitch, even with his old tyres, is getting a slightly better drive off the corner, which is basically saving his at the moment. He's not being pressured every corner because he's driving off just a little bit so that he's outside the dive. As he has a look at the inside too, that's a massive dive. He's got the overlap. Oh, he's giving him a bump. Now you might think that's not cricket because it's not cricket. It's motor racing. You can bump if you want. Gonna go too wide through 3. This is not going to work out very well. Still too wide through turn 4.
This is Safeway car park stuff here, Sam. This is ridiculous, but still, these guys, to keep out of each other there, that was great. But Sean Evans is not going to give up. I can guarantee he might go for a move down here. And here it comes, but he's going to think better of it. A bit of a fake. We saw Sandman last week in the Split 1 comms talking about how much he loves those fakes to try and psych the guy out in front. So great work by Sean Evans. He's still got 2 or 3 laps left to do this, so maybe just trying to wear Mitch's rears out and get him a little heated so he can make this a bit easier on himself.
Yes, Sean, that was ambitious at best. It nearly worked out, that's not a word. But he's just lost a bit of air, a little bit of ground, a bit of air gap now. Lap 32 coming now, so 3 to go. He's got to get it done. Mitch is running a very narrow line off turn 12 though. He's essentially just running the yellow line and then putting the power down, whereas Sean is taking the apex and running it out to the wall, which is what I think a more orthodox line. So,
must mention as well, Hayden Dodman has brought that gap to Michael Hammond down to just under 7 seconds, which is an improvement, but it's not going to be any. I don't think that he's going to. It's pretty unrealistic to think he'll try and pass Michael by the end of the race. So great driving here by Michael Hammond to keep that on the road. We mustn't forget about our leader.
yeah, well, Mike's probably hit cruise control, but Sean Evans is right back in that gearbox now of Mitchell McLeod. You can cut the tension with a cricket stump at the moment.
Absolutely, and I think this is just probably one of the battles of the season, because it really proves how different strategies, although I don't think it was much of a strategy from Mitch, it was rather bad luck, but how different strategies and how these guys achieve their speed differently with the tyres that they've got. They're both very pushy through the second to last corner.
I just want to highlight something. Who did you pick for the win, Burton?
I believe it was Paul Gorrell.
Okay, so we're not always wrong. We just make prophecies that turn out to be wrong, and that's what we've done tonight, because Michael Hammond is looking very comfy to win this race. He's on the second to last lap, 7.2 seconds back to Hayden Dodman. Mitch McLeod is third, but that is very much up in the air still, with Sean Evans right on his bumper.
That's for sure, and just looking back through the field, I think Matt Jones closing up a little bit to Will Dodd, but probably not close enough with this little time left in this race. I think our main battle we're going to want to watch is Mitch McLeod and Sean Evans to see if Sean can make something of this. I believe it's 2 to go and it'll be the white next time by, so there's not much time left, and there's probably only 3 or 4 chances he has to pass left on this racetrack.
Yeah, he's going to have to get creative, as he did try with the turn 1, 2, 3, 4 maneuver. You're going to have to get that creative at the moment to pass Mitch. I think he's be able to carry more speed up and through the turn 1, 2 has Sean, so it's his best option just from what we've been looking at. He's not as great out of the slow speed stuff, so he's good in the high speed flowing sections of the track, but when it's 5, 6 and 12 where it's stop start, he's not as strong as Mitch.
Well, it's the second to last lap now, Sam, and he might go for this dive here. He's got quite a
Oh,
run.
he's gone,
Sean
he's
Evans.
had a look. He's at the rear quarter. He's at the B pillar now. He's legitimately up the inside. Looks like it's squared away, but Mitch McLeod wouldn't put it past him, trying to go side by side, as they do go side by side down the main straight. This is great racing at the moment. 2 wide through turn 1. Plenty of space given. Sean looks like he's got the high ground at the moment, but Mitch can hold him on the apex and give him a hard time, not give him space on the exit. Mitch
Not
still
gonna clear him.
alongside. This is brilliant driving. Mitch holds it through to 3, into turn 4. Oh, a lot of curve
Sean
there from
Evans
Sean.
using all the racetrack.
Got a little bit of pogo, and that's just killed his run. But look behind, Mitchell Abrahall is slowly catching up. He's
These
got
two
6
trip over
corners,
each
6
other.
corners to get this move done now, Sean has.
And unfortunately, I think only one of them is really a passing corner, Sam, as we're actually just thinking Michael Hammond.
What's wrong with Mitch? He just shortcut that entire Esses section. What is Mitch doing? Jay,
We
can you
can't
help
say
me?
we can't say that Mitchell McLeod hasn't done some unusual stuff in this race, but what we must say, Michael Hammond going to come onto the front straight and take this win here at Sonoma Raceway in the third round of the Lenovo V8SCOPS in Split 2. Great drive from ABR's Michael Hammond and great strategy.
Yeah, shout out there to Michael Hammond. Amazing victory. Well done to Angry Birds Racing and Hayden Dobman bringing it home in second. But what just happened?
Sean Evans and Mitchell Abrahall went side by side to the line. We'll see if we get a replay. There was literally 1/100th of a second between these guys at the line.
Sean Evans got the advantage though, so Mitch Abrahall, brilliant job from NK Motorsports in 4th. Sean Evans inherits 3rd position as well from Mitch McLeod's little off, but Mitch has dropped all the way back to 13th, 14th now. He's dropping through the field. He's out of fuel. So just going to a replay now of side by side with Sean Evans and Mitch Abrahall as they came to the stripe. Abrahall just absolutely centered at the final corner. Gave him a bump in the right rear corner. Just pushed him off the apex. Brilliant driving. That's some SVG stuff right there. 2 wide through turn 13.
And this is savage for Mitch McLeod. He is literally sitting on the racetrack about 60 metres from the finish line. It's a shame he isn't Nigel Mansell and he can jump out and push the car to the line, but that must
he's
be
out of fuel.
heartbreaking. He is out of fuel.
Definitely out of fuel, and Hayden Dodman, ever the teammate, comes to push him across the line.
What a teammate work that is. Hayden Dobman also P2, great work by him, and he's going to bring his mate Mitch home, and Mitch is going to bring it home in 25th position and fence one another, which is quite funny, but that's a shame for Mitch. He was definitely the favourite going into coming out of qualifying, and to end up 25th in a disaster after such a battle for third like that, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, so we're just going to quickly run through the top 10 because Jake and I have to duck off and get into our race suits and get in the cars. So we've got Michael Hammond in first with Hayden Dodman in second. Third goes to Sean Evans and Mitch Aberhall takes fourth in that very close finish. We grab the replay of there. Fifth is Paul Gorell with Nigel Marneef in sixth. Seventh goes to Wayne Kendall with eighth. Will Dodd from Fusion Sim Racing, so well done to them. Ninth is Matt Jones, and 10th goes to Sean Thompson from Proforce Racing. So good. So a few small teams showing their names in the top 10, but that was the thrilling couple of laps at the end there, Jake, so it was great to call it with you, mate.
Absolutely, it's been a pleasure as always, Sam, and we hope you guys have enjoyed the second split action of the Lenovo V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. Our winner, Michael Hammond, and we're going to pass back over to our mate Reese, and we're going to head and drive some race cars, Sam.
Yeah, best of luck, guys, in Split 1. That is coming up very soon. Welcome back, everyone. What a fantastic race that was. Kane, do I have you?
I am here.
Hello, Kane. Kane, of course, for those who have come in a bit late, Kane is stepping in for Fonty as broadcast director for this round and co-commentator as well, along with me. So thank you very much, Kane, for stepping up, and you've been doing a great job so far covering what was a fantastic Split 2 race with a very shocking end.
It was. It just don't hardly get any more exciting than that.
Yeah, most definitely. Hopefully, Split 1 tosses up more of the same. We have got 2 races in Split 1. This is a split sprint, okay? That's a race format that V8SCOPS is using this season, which basically means there are 2 small races that are being run tonight, and one of them the drivers have to pit in, but they can pick which one they do pit in. It's all up to the drivers, and as we discussed earlier, Sam has been hearing rumours in the Split 1 paddock that some people might be going for pit stops in both races because the track temperature is just so high that it shreds the virtual tyres.
Yeah, I was hearing that about the track temperatures here tonight. Definitely really hot. So these guys really going to be struggling with the grip as the race wears on.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting event for sure. Just before we go into qualifying for Split 1, that is going to start at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time here in Australia. That's in roughly 8 minutes. We're going to... We're just going to, I think, maybe take a bit of a break, maybe a 5-minute break before we go into qualifying, Kane, just to get our bearings and get stuff together. Of course, before I go, I do have to give a shout out to J-Age in the broadcast chat, a new viewer apparently for V8sonline. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're glad to see that you are enjoying yourself watching the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. We'll be right back. This is the California Super Sprint from Sonoma Raceway. All right, welcome back, guys. Apologies for that Teamspeak server that we were on decided to disconnect all of us at the same time, but we are back and ready to jump in for qualifying in the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. This is a split one double race, the split sprint here at Sonoma Raceway. We're on the verge of getting into qualifying at the moment, and Canecraft, it's going to be a 20-minute session for two 32-lap races. Yeah, most definitely. Sonoma is, of course, a very short lap, but it's pretty much a go-kart track in the V8 Supercar. It's got pretty high-ish average speed, but most of your time spent on a lap around here is turning the wheel, and you barely ever touch full throttle on a lap around this place. Practice is now over. We've got live pictures coming to you, and I think we should probably discuss who we think is going to top the qualifying session. I do think that Joshua Rogers of TTL has a fair chance of doing so. So we've got cars coming out now. Josh Rogers second in line. And Josh Rogers has topped pre-qualifying twice now. He topped pre-qualifying at Watkins Glen last round, and he's topped pre-qualifying here. It's going to be a challenge for him though, because he has not been able to convert that into race results. So we'll see if he can break his victory duck here at Sonoma. But we've got a long line of cars snaking out of the pits now, and reigning series champion Jared Filsell in that ANZ Holden Commodore is leading the charge.
Yeah, speaking about Josh Rogers, man, it's great to see. Josh really has got a lot of pace here this season. He kind of came from nowhere last season, and just all of a sudden he's topping the charts on qualifyings and winning races, and just like came out of nowhere. So great to see another quick driver here in the series. There's definitely several drivers that could definitely take this thing. A lot of great drivers here in this series.
Most definitely. V8SCOPS is one of the most competitive series I've ever seen in organised online sim racing, as we've got drivers starting their laps now. Jared Filsell and Josh Rogers among the drivers leading the charge. But basically anyone can win a race in this series. Jared Filsell has won all three, has won the last two rounds of the series, but they have not been easy victories for him. There's always been someone somewhere taking the fight to him, and there's always been a bit of an upset somewhere in the race, and I'm sure we can expect a bit more of the same tonight.
I can't argue, yeah. Definitely an upset has kind of given him that victory at least once, but you know, it's kind of the whole package when it comes to these races. You got to make sure you've got enough fuel. You got to make sure that everything is in line. Your strategy is good, clear to the very end. That you got to get across that finish line to win the race.
Yep, as Jared Filsell has crossed that finish line, doing a 1:12.916 stonking lap time. But Richard Hamstead of TTL has just beaten him, and Madison Down goes to the top now as well for TTR. Those times were slotting in very quickly there. So Madison Down is provisional pole at the moment on a 1:12.745. Let's just go down the order as drivers are setting their lap times now. We've got Madison Down, Richard Hamstead, Jared Filsell. They've been the three main players up the front throughout the history of V8SCOPS. But just behind them, we've got Kane Kugamiya, new signing for ANZ Motorsports, Jared Filsell's teammate, Sean Kelly in fifth. Bo Cubis, the top driver for SDC Motorsports in fifth place. Ethan Grigg-Gault in seventh, also for SDC Motorsports. Josh Rogers has backed up his pre-qualifying pace with a very solid 8th place. Behind him is Ian Ford for Evolution Racing Australia, and also for ERA in 10th, Benjamin Smith. That's your top 10 at the moment. in 11th place, I can see now we've got PJ Sturgios, who is going through the chicane right now, coming up to the chute. PJ is one of the internationals that takes part in V8 SCOPS from time to time when he has the time, and he is a very well-known name to people who are familiar with the iRacing scene. He's a pro driver within iRacing's ranks, and he likes to pop in from time to time and have a fang in V8 SCOPS, and it's always welcome to have him here. Times are still slotting in. I want to draw attention to Cooper Murray, who is just pulling into his pit box now, obeying the no escape rule. Cooper Murray had a fantastic Split 2 race at Watkins Glen last round, and has very quickly been snapped up by ANZ from Proforce Racing, and he is, I gotta say, there might be a bit of pressure on him, but he seems to be taking it all with a very cool head. He's just sitting back there, cutting the laps, and he's in a very solid 21st position. Remember, it doesn't matter how low the grid number is, V8 SCOPS, any position is a very, very, very good effort, because this series has some very hard racing and some very competitive drivers.
Yeah, this is one of the most spectacular series you'll find here in the hosted sessions in iRacing. The guys at OSR and everybody who contributes to this series just does such a fantastic job. It's definitely one of my favorite series.
Yeah, most definitely. Looks like times have sort of flattened out at the top as drivers go back into the pits and go back out again.
Whoa,
to start
Kelly
new
with the
laps.
slide there.
Oh man, Sean Kelly. I'm looking at Madison Down as well, gearing up for a second hot lap. Letting people by. Should note that the track is 44 degrees Celsius. That's a fairly hot track temperature, not as high as we saw in Split 2, but it's still very harsh on the tyres, especially on a track like this. As we see Madison Down now on a hot lap, coming through the chicane. That turn that he's going through right now, and just exited, is the only part of this layout of Sonoma Raceway that dates back to the very original design of the track, which was very, very different from what you see now.
Yeah, we will play the fact file again that you did such a great job on, Reese. There's so much information about this track that it'll be good for the viewers to get to see that if they missed it the first time we played it. We will play it again in between these two races here for the top split.
Yeah, we definitely will. Madison Down, though, just goes off track through that right-hand sweeper, and he dives straight back into the pits because he knows that that lap is no longer worth pursuing. It looks like Jared Filsell has got his way back up to second. Richard Hampstead is now in third, sitting in the pits, and he's just exiting the pits now. Richard Hampstead going back out once again to have another crack at the top spot. Having a look further back in the field, I'm noticing Sam Sutton. Of course, Sam commentated on the Split 2 race that you guys just viewed. He's just made his way up to 13th place, managed to run a 1:13.471. Sam Sutton in that very striking black and yellow and red TTL Holden Commodore.
Yeah, I am loving the liveries for this series this season. Everybody did such a great job preparing their cars for this series.
Yeah, most definitely. The liveries in V8 SCOPS are another highlight of the series. We've got people who may as well be working for real design firms, designing the liveries for these cars. And I have to say, some of these liveries would not look out of place on an actual V8 supercar grid, and in my opinion, some of them actually beat some of the liveries that you see in real life racing. Very, very good utilization of colors and sponsors.
This is the first time I have ever seen Richard Hampstead in a red car, so that's a unique visual for me.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that, Kane, as Richard Hampstead slingshots his way out of the final corner to start another qualifying lap. TTL's livery has traditionally been orange, black and white, but starting last round at Watkins Glen, they brought along a new sponsor, Hyper Stimulator, which they create race cockpits for use with racing simulators like iRacing, and that facilitated a color change for their liveries, and the liveries definitely stand out among the rest.
Jake Burton, a driver we got to hear all race long in that second split, co-commentator. He finds himself back in the 20th spot so far.
Absolutely. Taking a leaf out of Jake's book there. He's coming into very heavy, hard turn right at the end of the chute. Bouncing over that curb, and just got to try and keep the car as straight as you possibly can through this little section here. It's very easy to lose the car. You're right on the edge through there. Jake Burton, tap of the brakes, down into 4th or 5th gear, out across the exit curb, and he's going to go into the final corner. Very, very dangerous how that pit entry wall comes up, and if you're just a little bit too far to the left, that could take you right out of contention in qualifying all race. Jake Burton crosses the start-finish line and runs a 1:13.502. That promotes him to 15th spot.
Nice job. That's just going to put him 2 spots behind Sam Sutton.
We got PJ Sturgios now coming back out of the pits to have another crack at the top 10. He's currently sitting in 12th position. Had a bit of a shake-up in the top 10, I have to say, down in the lower end of the top 10. Jason Dixon in 9th place at the moment. Here's a driver for SDC Motorsports pulling into the pits once again. SDC has had a very good run in V8 SCOPS in 2016 so far.
Yeah, several great drivers from SDC this season, with Jason Dixon, who's not listing as being an SDC, but he certainly is an SDC member. He, Bo Cubis, and Ethan Greg Galt, all 3 fantastic drivers who will definitely bring something good to the series.
Yeah, it has to be said, SDC have had a very solid run, top 10s in all of the rounds of V8 SCOPS that have been run this year, which is to say 2. But it's been a very good season so far for SDC, and they've really stepped it up, and hopefully we can see them mixing it with the top 10 further along in the season.
It's a surprise for me to see this series is just so good. These drivers so competitive. See drivers like Ian Ford down in 10th, Ethan Greg Galt in 8th, Lee Ellis down in 17th so far, John Latham down in 21st. That's just how good this series is.
Yes, of course. It's almost routine to see drivers that have been past champions and race winners fighting for lower spots from race to race, and then having a resurgence, and then getting back out there and smashing out those race wins and championships. It really speaks to the competitiveness of the series that we have so many names up the top. It's almost like a revolving door of names.
unusual to see Bo Cattell really struggling here with the qualifying session, down in 32nd.
Indeed. Oh, goodness. And I see a TTL car smashing into the wall out of the second last turn. I don't know who that was. I think it might have been Josh Rogers. It was Josh Rogers. Had a little bit of an upset there coming out of the final turn. Himself and Richard Hampstead just pulling into the pits now. We've come just past the 14-minute mark in this session.
So tell me, Reese, are these guys able to repair their cars once they come into the pits? Are they able to, to get a new car?
Yes, they get a fresh car every time, but of course, it should be pointed out, V8SCOPS has a no escape rule. That basically means you have to be able to get the car off the track yourself and pull it into the pits after you have done a lap. So there's no stopping on track and escaping back to the garage. You will get a penalty if you do that. It's an effort to make the series more true to how real life racing works. And of course the no escape rule applies in the race as well. You can't just escape to avoid a collision. You have to do your best to avoid it and then try and make your way back to pits. I'm seeing Josh Rogers has somewhere in all that made his way up into 6th place. 1 minute 13.113. Has to be said, times up at the front looking pretty close. Only less than a 10th separating the top two. Further 10th back to 3rd. And then we've got a string of low 113s all the way from 4th to 16th place, separated by 0.5 of a second.
That is absolutely amazing.
It most definitely is. I'm looking now at Richard Hampstead gearing up to start
Carried
yet
Philsell to the number
lap.
1 spot. Sorry to interrupt. I just noticed that happen.
Yeah, I think that happened a while ago, Kane.
No, it was just on this lap, I'm pretty sure.
Really? I had to look up there a few minutes ago and it was still like that. But congratulations anyway to Jared Philsell as he drifts into the pit lane. As you can see, Philsell in a number 1 car held the number 1 position in practice and is currently number 1 in qualifying. Looking back further down in the field, once again, looking at car number 47, Kurt Stenberg, driving for Fusion Sim Racing, Deco Motorsport. A very nice looking yellow and black Deco Motorsport's Holden Commodore. He's currently in 26th position. He's the only Fusion Sim Racing driver to have made it into Split 1. And he's run a 1:13.578, which promotes him to 17th. Very good job there from Stenny. We got a car off there in the chute, Kane. Not quite sure who that is. Looks to be Todd Parks. Todd Parks has had a bit of a moment coming into the chute, and he's just sitting there waiting for guys to go by. Or can he make it out? Yes, he can. Todd Parks there going very, very slow. I'm wondering if his car is stricken. Todd Parks currently down in 29th position, 113.77. Very odd behaviour there from Todd Parks. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Staying there at the entrance to the chute as cars go by.
I see on a different camera angle the damage to the front of the car. Very severe. Maybe you just don't have enough power to get it around.
Yeah, that could be it. Unfortunately, it looks like session over for Todd Parks as it stands.
So up at the top, Jared Fieldcell still in that number one position for qualifying. Madison down just less than a tenth of a second behind in second. Richard Hempstead in third and Kane Kugimaya in fourth with just 1 minute left to go.
Yeah, 1 minute left in the session, and then we will transfer over to the Race 1 server. At the moment, it doesn't look like too much has changed up top, apart from I'm seeing Ethan Greg Gold has moved up to 5th place. Very good job from him, just behind Kane Kugimiya.
Ethan hasn't had great luck, if I'm remembering correctly, here in the V8SCOPS series, so I'm really hoping he has a really good finish here today.
Yes, I hope so too. Ethan has definitely made a name for himself in the official series, which of course you, Kane, and JD Smith broadcast on, I believe, Thursday nights?
Thursday and Friday nights here in America. It ends up being Friday and Saturday mornings for you guys there in Australia. And we broadcast the American time zone splits on the Monday night show, which is the Australian main splits. That one's broadcast by Race Spot. And yeah, Ethan's done a great job in both the America series and the official.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, that's session over now. And looks like everyone's pretty much done. I don't think there's anyone else on a big improvement of a lap. So I guess that's the top sorted out. So Jared Fieldcell is your pole man for race 1.
Madison may be on a flyer here. I'm not quite sure. I didn't see where he was before this, but if he had made it across that line before the time ran out, he could still have a chance here.
Yeah, that's true. Let's keep an eye on Madison down, actually. Just see what he does. If he ends up pulling into pits, then we'll be sure that that is session over.
There's been so many times we have seen the session be closed that we think, and then Madison pulls it across and takes the pole. I can't even count the number of times, but he is going into the pits here now, so that is going to solidify Jared Fieldcell as your pole sitter.
Yes, a very good job indeed to Jared Fieldcell. Got out there, got the job done, and now he'll be concentrating on hopefully keeping that lead in race 1. Question is, who is going to pit in race 1? That's
Yeah,
something
interesting set of rules, as you mentioned earlier. The drivers will have to make a compulsory pit stop in one of these races.
Yes, and of course a reminder, there's been talk that some drivers may be pitting in both races, so strategy is literally all up in the air and we have no idea what's going to happen, Kane, so we're going to be just as surprised as you viewers are at what happens in the incidental races. So let's run through the results. I think Jared Fieldcell, car number 1, is your pole man, 112.675. Madison down in second. Richard Hempstead third. That's 3 of the most successful drivers in the iRacing V8 Supercar in your top 3. Kane Kugimiya for ANZ lines up 4th. Ethan Grigg Gold 5th. Sean Kelly 6th. Josh Rogers 7th place. Bo Cubis lines up 8th. Jason Dixon 9th. Ian Ford rounds out your top 10 for the Sonoma Split Sprint. Wayne C. Burke lines up 21st, Michael Cracknell 22nd, Mitchell Siolak 23rd, David A. Moore 24th, Brenton Hobson 25th, Brock Salmon lining up 26th for Trans-Tasman Racing, Bo Cattell lining up in 27th place. Cooper Murray, ANZ's newest signing, lines up 28th, not too shabby at all. Todd Parks lines up 29th after that very unfortunate end to his session. Tony Kloosterman, one of our international drivers, lines up 30th. Chris Coxhead at 31st. Forzan El Nabi in 32nd. 33rd, Jason Bentz. 34th, Jake Blackhall. Richard Aylward, 35th. Anthony Kernich lining up in 36th position. 37th was Adam Zeitinger. Craig Jones, 38th. And Matt Stratford completes your 39 car grid. Well, there we are, Kane. That's qualifying done. I'm definitely interested to see what Josh Rogers can do from 8th, but of course eyes will be on Philsell, Down and Hampstead. There's been some fantastic racing between them for years now, I have to say. But yeah, I'm getting pretty excited.
Yeah, this is definitely the third season in a row where we've seen a great rivalry between those two, Jared Philsell and Madison Down. Of course, the very first season was that test season, but last year, man, what an exciting season. This V8SCOPS has just proven to be so exciting.
Yeah, it definitely has, and of course, Sonoma has quite a history here as well. Last year's race at Sonoma was an absolute cracker of an event. Had some incredible upsets and super close racing. Of course, I have to mention it is very difficult to pass here, but of course these are some of the best drivers in Australian sim racing, let alone world sim racing, and somehow they managed to get it done and put on a show while they're at it.
Yeah, Sonoma was probably one of my favorite races last year, as the action was just so intense from the start of the race to the finish. It was intense.
Yeah, it most definitely was. Well, as we are waiting for the race servers to go up, I think now would be an opportune time to tell the viewers about Sonoma Raceway. I think we're going to now run the fact file that I've produced for this round. Let's take a look at the history and the profile of this amazing racetrack. Located at Sears Point, the southern end of the Sonoma Mountains in California, Sonoma Raceway is a racetrack that is just about as old school as you can get. Twisty, mountainous, and very lean on runoff, it's a venue that is a holdover from the no-holds-barred days of the 60s that is still going strong in racing's modern age. Very little of the track is spent on full throttle, with unstable braking zones aplenty, big curbs, and little margin for error, if any, making this one of the most challenging tracks we visit for the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. We're using the shorter stock car layout in this round. Sonoma's history is not as romantic as other racetracks of its age, but it is an eventful one that speaks to the presence of business and money in motorsport. It started life as a joint venture between attorney Robert Marshall Jr. and land developer Jim Coleman, who came up with the idea of building a racetrack on the hillside of Sears Point while on a hunting trip in the region. The site for what was then called Sears Point Raceway had ground broken in 1968, and the circuit soon opened, with a layout that only differs slightly from the present day. After just 1 year of operation, Marshall and Coleman sold the venue to entertainment company Filmways Corporation for $4.5 million. Despite hosting a USAC IndyCar race among a steady event schedule, the track was not a financial success, and only a further year later, Filmways closed the track. A rocky start indeed, and for a time, things seemed to get rockier. The track was leased from Filmways by a new team of investors and reopened in 1974. Over the next few years, the track changed hands from Filmways to the investing group and back to Filmways, all for diminishing returns every time. Fortunately, the track gained some stability when it was purchased by Brenda Raceway Corporation, which oversaw an expansion of the facilities and the debut of NASCAR at the circuit. By 1996, Sears Point was going strong, with Trans Am, NASCAR, and sports car racing all giving the facility a place on their schedules. And Speedway Motorsports purchased the track to take its rise in prestige even further. The track was massively upgraded, adding the current chute, the shortcut that NASCAR uses, as well as further facility updates and more runoff. With the upgrades came a naming rights deal with technology company Infineon, and the newly christened Infineon Raceway cemented its place as one of the US's top road racing venues. Though the naming rights deal ended in 2012, Sonoma Raceway still has a big presence in the racing scene, hosting, among other things, the NASCAR Sprint Cup and the IndyCar Series. Sonoma has been a mainstay of V8 supercars on iRacing since the very beginning of the series' tenure on the service, and with good reason. Its twisty layout and massive elevation changes make it very difficult to pass here, but one mistake and your race is as good as over. With drivers competing in 2 short sprints tonight, one of which they must pit in, action is inevitable. Sonoma Raceway, Round 3 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. Well, there you go, guys. Sonoma Raceway, and I'm feeling the love from the broadcast chat. Thank you very much, guys. It is a pleasure to be producing these videos for the broadcast, and I love sharing my love for the history of racetracks with you guys. So I'm very glad that you enjoyed it. Well, the race session is now up, Kane, and we'll be loading in very soon for a 32 lap race, I believe, unless they've extended it to 34 as they did for Split 2.
Well, I don't have the answers for you.
Well, that's going to be a very that's going to be something that we find out together, Kane. But we've got drivers going out now. Live pictures will be coming to you very, very, very soon.
Yeah, I've got it loading up now. It'll just take maybe just 10 more seconds or so.
Alright, 10 more seconds until we can bring you live pictures. We are going to go racing at Sonoma. I'm jumping around in my seat at the moment, getting ready for some virtual V8 supercar racing. We've got a few drivers cutting laps at the moment. I'm seeing John Latham and Josh Rogers out on track at the moment. As more and more and more drivers are coming out and just getting used to the race sets for their cars in anticipation for this race. It's going to be sort of a waiting game just to see who is going to pit in this race.
A little bit luckier for these guys to get a little bit of a practice session after the qualifying. They'll make sure that they've got their race set loaded in so they don't have the catastrophe we had in the first race with Mitch McLeod forgetting to load up the race set, leaving the qualifying set in. But
yes, of course. That was very unfortunate. My heart is broken for him. He did a very good job to qualify as well as he did for that race. But yeah, it happens, and hopefully Mitch is able to get back on his feet and start getting in those race wins. Now, we just received confirmation from the race stewards that these races are going to be 32 laps long. So that's one unknown out of the way. But now we have 39 more unknowns to deal with, the 39 unknowns being every single driver in this field. A reminder that they do have the option of pitting in either race if they choose to. It's up to the drivers what race they pit in, but they do have to pit.
being as hot as it is, it's going to be really tough on tires. So, as you said before, it's really going to really going to be an interesting race. The strategy could go either way. These guys might just want to pit in both races with it being so hot.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the track temp now. It is 41 degrees Celsius on the tarmac with an air temperature of 20 degrees Celsius.
Interesting. My overlay is showing 38 degrees on the track temp and 23 on the air temp.
That's very interesting. There's always a bit of a discrepancy between what the iRacing sim says and what the overlays say. So it's more of a ballpark figure than anything else. So take it with a bit of a grain of salt. But rest assured, the track is hot.
Yeah. And they were explaining to me a little bit earlier that the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series is always ran in the afternoon, so the track will always have a pretty hot temperature.
All right, that's a very interesting bit of information. Yes, of course, in hosted sessions on iRacing, the people who set them up have the option of choosing what time of day to be run in, and OSR have always chosen afternoon, as you've said. So the track's been given a lot of time to really heat up and get to tire melting or tire shredding temperatures. Coming up on about 3.5 minutes left in this little warm-up session before we go racing. So, who's your tip for the winner, Kane?
It's going to be a tough one. I guarantee that we are going to see some catastrophe here on this small track. We're going to see an upset. We're going to maybe see somebody get to victory lane that we may not expect. I think we'll definitely have to keep an eye on these top 4 cars. Keep an eye on Josh Rogers, Jared Fieldsail, Madison Down, and of course Kane Kugamaya is up there too. So, geez, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it is going to be an incredibly tough call to make, and I dare say there's going to be someone, at least one person, who loses out massively in one of these races. So the question is, who? I know I keep repeating myself here, but I'm getting pretty amped up for this.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. I can just, with the level of talent that we have in this field is just amazing. And it's a pretty small track, Sonoma is. So these guys, by the end of each race, there's just going to be a line of cars all the way around this track. I wouldn't be surprised to see the leaders getting around to the lapping people by the time we're done with this thing.
Yes, Sonoma is a very small, very tight track, and 39 V8 supercars roaring around here. It's going to be a bit similar to what you would see when the NASCAR Sprint Cup goes here in real life. V8-powered monstrous machinery going around a track that's basically for go-karts with the speeds that race cars are reaching nowadays. Oh, it's going to be fun.
1.5 minutes until we grid these cars up to run 32 laps here, and that tension is definitely mounting here, at least in the broadcast booth, because I know I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit fidgety. I just want them to go racing, but unfortunately, the clock has to tick over. Now coming up on 1 minute and 10 seconds. Drivers are just out there making sure that they are comfortable in the car, comfortable with the track, and of course making sure that they do have their race sets loaded.
A couple of my all-time favorite drivers are in the session tonight. Of course, I have about 30 of them, but several of them are here tonight, one of those being Sean Kelly.
Yes, of course, Sean Kelly is a massive asset to V8SCOPS. He is the guy who organises a lot of the media stuff surrounding V8SCOPS. So the pre-qualifying tables and the race flyers that you may have seen. If you have liked us on Facebook, if you have not, search up V8 Supercar Online Premier Series on Facebook and give us a like. You'll be able to receive updates from us course, Sean Kelly is behind a lot of that. He's also a really good driver and a top bloke, so we do love him very much, and of course, we wish him the best of luck in this race, but it's going to be difficult with 39 other drivers around him who are of the highest caliber you'll probably see on iRacing. Well, we're in the race session now, Kane. Drivers are gridding up.
It is that time. Oh man, my heart's actually starting to really beat fast. I just know this is going to be an intense race.
Oh yeah.
I usually don't
be fantastic.
get like nervous for broadcasts, but this one, yeah, I'm feeling it.
Yeah, we should note that the start-finish area at Sonoma is incredibly tight. It's almost like a low-grade street circuit almost. There's absolutely no runoff here at the start-finish line. Walls on either side. You've got the pit lane to the driver's left, the drag strip to the driver's right. And if someone spins on the start line, it's going to be crazy. The revs are rising though. We're about to go racing at Sonoma. The green flag flies, and we are go in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, and I'm seeing an SDC car. Just got bogged down a little bit off the start. Phil Sell's already got quite a bit of a gap as they go into turn one for the first time. Kugamir tries to stick it round the outside of Ethan Griggold, but fails to do so. He's going to go side by side with Sean Kelly through the chicane. Oh, goodness. We're having some jostling back in the pack. The field comes into the chute. And this wall may take out a few people. Look at how close they're getting. Oh boy, this it's on for young and old here, man. Looking further back in the pack, everyone seems to have gone single file, but I'm seeing a few people going side by side through these S's.
Mick Cracknell spinning down into the dirt.
Oh no.
Bad luck for Mick Cracknell.
Ah, that's a big shame for Michael Cracknell there. Another SDC driver, they're coming into the hairpin now. This is the choke point. Bit of jostling through there. I think Michael Healy going out sideways. But they complete lap one. Stenberg letting the RA car through. That is Ian Ford. And Michael Cracknell apparently not happy with the incident that transpired with him. He has asked the stewards to take a look at it. We'll keep you updated on that. Jared Philstell has pulled out a bit of a gap at the front, and Richard Hampstead and Madison Down are fighting hard on lap 2.
Yeah, over a second lead from Jared Philstell in that number one spot. And, of course, that battle for second, Madison Down, Richard Hampstead, just bumper to bumper there. They've got it seems like a big gap back to Ethan Griggold, but it's not. Half a second.
Yeah, half a second at speeds as comparatively slow as they are at Sonoma. It is a fast track, but it is a bit slow compared to some of the other ones that we visit. Half a second really isn't worth all that much. As we see, I think that's Ian Ford and, whoa, goodness me, Anthony Kernich as well going into the pit lane.
Not Ian Ford's on the track.
Oh no, that must be another ERA car I'm looking at. Apologies for that.
It must have been Benjamin Smith, maybe.
Benjamin Smith and Michael Cracknell as well in the pits. So we know those guys have elected to choose this race to take a pit stop.
I think Mick Cracknell may have kind of just been forced into that with that early race incident.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? If I were in his position, I would have done exactly the same. If I had an incident that caused me to have a very near crash, go off into the dirt, I would just take the pit stop now, cut my losses, and see what kind of positions I could gain as the race goes on. But we have our first few drivers taking pit stops. That was Michael Cracknell, Jake Blackhall was the ERA driver that took that pit stop then, and Craig Jones, also for ERA in the Demidov Innovations car.
Mitchell Sealak into the pit lane now. He's got some pretty significant damage there too as he goes in.
All right, that must it would probably be primarily for that damage, but also to get his pit stop out of the way. Yeah, I'm looking at Sealak's car. Wow, incredible amount of damage there. He was in 26th at the time.
Tony Kloosterman, the Canadian driver, coming out of the pit lane now. He's got Falzan El Nabi behind him.
Oh, he has indeed. Interestingly enough, we're seeing an awful lot of drivers pitting very early in this race. I wonder why that is.
I was wondering the same thing. With so many laps, you would think that they would want to wait to, if they had to pit, I guess they're pretty confident on the tires making it those 32 laps. Because if there was any chance of them not, you would think that they would want to wait to about the halfway mark so they could, get tires and maximize their tire wear.
Yes, well, the possibility is that the drivers know something that we don't. There's always that possibility. Oh, we're seeing a bit of jostling for position around where Falzan El Nabi is. Kloosterman, El Nabi, Cracknell, Craig Jones, and Jake Blackhall all in a bit of a train at the moment. Craig Jones has got 3 cars bearing down on him as they come into the final complex. Oh, we're going to see Cracknell going for the move here. Textbook maneuver there from Michael Cracknell. We're seeing another car come out of the pits. That's Anthony Kernich just come out of the pits there.
Back up at the front, Jared Fieldcell still in that #1 spot. Madison down just over half a second behind, 0.8 seconds back. He's got 1.2 seconds back to Richard Hampstead, and Richard's going to have some company from Ethan Grick-Gold before long. Ethan just half a second back.
Yes, and we've got a message from the stewards about the incident involving Michael Cracknell. That was an incident with Cooper Murray, and Cooper was deemed at fault for that and has been given a drive-through penalty for that incident, so he'll be wanting to serve that very soon. Meanwhile, up the front, it seems Madison Down has caught up to Jared Fieldcell ever so slightly. Gap down to 0.7 of a second. Jared Fieldcell calmed down a little bit. And of course, I'm looking at the broadcast chat, and Joe Nathan, shout out to him, suggesting that maybe the guys at the back are trying to get out of traffic, which is the reason why they are pitting so early. It should be noted that the fast guys, the ones at the top, have not pitted yet.
Well, side by side with Kane Kugamaya, and is that Josh Rogers?
Oh yeah, they're very, very, very close. And Sean Kelly's in there a little bit too.
Oh, Josh off track just a little bit, stirring up the dust for the guys behind. That poor cone is going to take a beating today.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm seeing calls in the broadcast chat for a replay of the Rogers versus Cracknell incident. We'll see what we can do about that, but I cannot guarantee that we will. Unfortunately, we cannot get everything, but yeah, that was a very unfortunate incident there. Being calls that the penalty was a bit harsh. Well, I did not see the incident myself, and we'll have to wait until after the race to possibly get the driver's views on that.
Yeah, the
Josh
way
Rogers, oh goodness.
the way this works, I can't quite go back that far, so we'll have to.
Okay.
After the race is over, I can. Yeah, if we're talking to some drivers or something, if we have enough time in between, I can definitely go back. I know it was on lap 1, so you might be able to take a look at that after the race.
Alright, brilliant stuff, Kane. Apologies to everyone for not being able to supply you with a replay right now, but we will try to clarify that incident later on. So we're seeing the battle between Kane Hugamir and Josh Rogers they're still incredibly close. The top three remain the same as they were. There has been some jostling as we see Jake Maloney and Sam Sutton, the two TTL Commodores, getting very, very close. I saw them side by side out of the final turn there. Well, they're very, very, very close. Looks like Sutton there monstering the back of Maloney. Of course, these guys are teammates that have that went with each other to TTL from Daco Motorsport at the end of last year.
I was going to say, these guys
goodness
not
me.
only teammates now, but they came from the same team. And so I guess you already did touch on that, but I was thinking that was true, but wasn't for sure. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, I'm noticing Sutton's got a little bit more traction out of the slow stuff than Maloney there. We'll see what they can do as they come down to the hairpin here. Sutton's going for the dive a little bit. Going up the inside, side by side, out they go. Sam Sutton gets the move done on his teammate Jake Maloney. That's going to put him up to 9th place. These guys are at the back of the top 10 at the moment.
Checking back up at front, Jared Filsell still has that 1 second gap back to Madison Down, but Richard Hampstead reeling in Madison Down, now about half a second to Madison Down, and those guys have pulled away a little bit from Ethan Grigg Gold. It's 1.7 seconds, so things starting to spread out a little bit in some places up at the front. Ken Kugamaya definitely still battling with Josh Rogers. I think that slowed those guys down a little bit as they're 3.5 seconds away from Ethan Grigg Gold. Matt Strafford back in the 25th position. Having a little battle with Jason Dents. Looking for that 24th spot.
Yes, indeed. Matt Stratford and Jason Bentz battling quite hard there, it has to be said. Oh, Stratford with a little bit... Oh no, that was Bentz, I believe, with a little bit of a lock-up.
Ian Ford back in 26. Look at all that damage. Ian Ford's having a rough race here so far.
Oh, is he now? That's quite a shame. Ian Ford having started 10th and finding his way all the way back in 26th. Has not been the best race for him.
He's got teammate Ben Smith back behind him. Ben with some damage as well. Tough race for some of these guys here already. Bo Cattell with some damage on his left side. He's fighting with James McKnight.
Oh, a little bit of curb hopping going on there.
Yeah, McKnight's car seems awful bouncy, don't it?
Yeah, I have to say it does. Bouncy is not really the kind of behaviour you want from a... Whoa, goodness me. McKnight with a little bit of a slide there. Oh, he looks like he's raring to get past Bo-Cattell. Of course, Bo-Cattell isn't... Oh, goodness me. Driving so hard at the moment. The driver for Synergy Sim Racing, who got that sponsorship from Boost Juice Bars at the start of this year. Congratulations to them as Cattell... Oh, goodness me. Really cutting it fine with the pit wall there, mate.
Yeah, that's going to allow James McKnight to get on by and take over that 26th spot.
There you go. Like Bo-Cattell's fender problem has repaired itself as the game is updated as they go over the start-finish line.
Ah, that makes me want to check out Ian Ford's car because his was so damaged. Yeah, Ian's got one of his fenders back as well, and Ben Smith as well. So what causes that issue if you're new to the iRacing simulator and to these broadcasts? Sometimes these guys get really close to the walls, and the simulator, it kind of tries to predict where they're going to be, and so it kind of predicts that they hit the wall even though they don't, and so their car will show some damage even though it's not until they get around to the finish line, and then it will kind of correct itself.
Thank you very much for that insight, Kane. That's actually something that I didn't know, so that's very handy to know.
Richard Hampstead still trying to track down Madison Down. He's staying right about that half a second mark. He slips back to about 7/10 back, but usually by the time they get to the hairpin, he's got it whittled back down to half a second.
Yeah, it looks to me like Richard Hampstead closing up just a little bit as they come into the hairpin. I'm always interested to see the lines that they take through that hairpin because the curbing on the inside of that last turn is basically completely flat. It's almost painted on. So they have a lot of room to play with, of course, barring those tyre bundles. Madison Down just mounting that curb excessively in turn one. That's the sort of stuff that you love to see. V8 supercars smashing curbs.
Yeah, it seems like what they're built for, huh? And they look so fantastic when they do it and get a wheel up off the ground. Richard Hampstead, I was on board with him and heard some contact as he went across the start-finish line and seeing some damage there to the outside of the car. Well, I guess that would be his inside of the car. We'll have to wait till we get to the start-finish line and see if that repairs itself or if he did indeed hit the wall. Now the damage is going to stay there on that right fender, so some contact at lap 14 for Richard Hampstead, but a little bit of damage on the car. It's not slowing him down at all, though. He's making gains to Madison Down out in front, albeit very slight.
Yeah, Richard Hampstead, I got to mention, is the initial V8SCOPS champion. He was the champion in the 6-race test season we did all the way back in 2014. Remained at or near the top ever since then. Of course, with Jarrett Philcell's form recently, he's found it a bit hard to stay in touch. But staying in touch is a massive effort in V8SCOPS regardless. I honestly think the top three at the moment are just waiting to see who blinks first.
I think you're right. They are at that halfway point right now.
Yes, we are at the halfway point of this race, lap 16 out of 32. So if they are going to pit in this race, now would probably be a good time, as demonstrated by Angry Birds Racing in Split 2. Get that nice 50-50 setup going. With the strategy, try to preserve the tyres, don't run them for too long. Well, Richard Hampstead taking a bit of the curb and then some through there. Okay, but they're coming into the final complex now. Is Jared Filsell going to go left or right? He stays right. Okay, so he is not pitting. I'm seeing Michael Cracknell in the pits again, and his car is looking excessively damaged as the top three go by. Oh goodness, I've just gone back to the battle between Kane Kugamiya and Josh Rogers. They got incredibly close down the start-finish straight there, Kane. I think we should stay with these guys once again.
Yeah, it's looking like Josh took that position that lap. Had to have got it just within the last couple turns. I'm going to go back and get a replay of that pass.
All right, we're going to get a Sim Speed TV replay of that pass. Of course, fantastic racing between these two. Both of them new signings for their respective teams. You can see Josh Rogers went for the dive there down at the last turn, managed to get through. Kane tried to cover him, but Rogers had the upper hand through there, and they stayed nose to tail all the way down the start-finish section, and there you go. Rogers kept the position and takes 5th spot from Kane Kugamiya.
Now that he's out in front, he's starting to leave Kane. He's got almost a full second already, just in one lap.
I'm getting more word from the stewards of an incident on lap 14 between Jake Burton and Jason Dixon. That was deemed to be Jake Burton's at fault for that incident, and he has been given a drive through for that as well. Yeah, Josh Rogers is just streaking away from Kane Kugamiya at the moment. Look at the gap he's pulled in, you know, just a lap. Incredible stuff. Top three are still staying out, so I somehow doubt that they will pit at all in this race. They might be saving their pit stop for race 2, and I'm not quite sure why they would.
Well, you would think if Jared, and 32 laps here at Sonoma is definitely easily done with a tank of fuel. So if you're in that #1 spot, I just can't imagine that you would want to pit unless those guys behind you did and you knew that you had the time to get it done, because you'd want that victory. And then if he does pit and you're Madison down, then you're definitely not going to pit because you're going to want to take victory.
Yes, of course. Oh, Richard Hampstead, a little bit of a mini slide coming out of the hairpin.
I imagine with these temperatures that these tires really starting to show some wear halfway through this race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of behavior we get from the cars as the race goes on.
Gonna look for the closest battle on the track right now, and it happens to be Jake Burton back in 32nd after that penalty. He's back behind Anthony Kernich.
Yes, Anthony Kernich, not a regular V8SCOPS driver. Jake Burton, on the other hand, is. Oh, and they're getting very, very close there. Going through that section with a big V8 supercar blocking your view, you've really got to feel your way around the racetrack, and you don't quite know what's right up ahead. And Jake's just hanging back here. Might go for the move. Oh no, he's run a bit wide. Oh, I don't know. Oh, he's going to try. He's going to try. Oh goodness, they get very, very, very close.
John Latham involved in the next close battle here. He's looking at Kurt Stenberg up in that 12th spot.
Very close battle indeed there, but looks like it's a three-way battle here between Jake Burton, Anthony Kernich, and Forzan El Nabi.
Yeah, Falzon definitely in some trouble here as he's got a couple tough drivers coming up behind.
Oh yeah, he most definitely has. Of course, these guys are at the very back of the cars on the lead lap, and they're going to have to give way to these drivers at the top very, very soon. Looking at the back of El Nabi at the moment, just watching the view from behind of Burton and Kernich.
On board
Kernich,
with leader,
slide there.
on board with leader Jared Filsell, watching that battle that Reese is calling from onboard leader as he's coming up on these guys' lap traffic.
Now this is going to be I think one of the deciding factors of the race, Kane. If these guys don't get out of the way quick, sharp, we're going to have a really, really big fight on our hands for the lead.
I agree, with just 1 second separating Filsell and Down. If these guys don't move out of the way quickly, this is Madison Down's chance.
Yes, and it looks like Kernich and Burton. Burton goes for the move on Kernich. Can he hold it around the outside? No, he can't. And Performance Motorsports, Forzan El Nabi is streaking away from them at the moment in that 097 car. But of course, Jared Filsell is directly behind these guys now, and he'll be getting a bit antsy, thinking, oh, come on guys, I'd like to get through, please.
Madison Downs gained 2/10 so far. I would say Filsell's been held up, that 2/10 being stuck behind these two guys battling for position. It's down to 0.7.
Kernich running very wide there in the last turn. He lets the leaders through. Burton's going to have to let them through now too. Oh, but it's not a good place to let them by, so... Oh wait, he runs wide. And there we go. Those are the leaders officially by. But that has really closed up the gap between Filsell and Down there. I'm seeing Richard Hampstead all the way back in 8th. He's in the pits. Richard Hampstead has decided to pit.
Yeah, he's showing some significant damage now. Hopefully that will correct itself as he comes across line. Hopefully he didn't have an incident that kind of forced his hand to go into the pits.
Yeah, his car looks clean on my screen, Kane, so we'll have to wait and see on that. But Richard Hampstead, if there is no damage to his car, is the first of the leaders to blink, take his pit stop. And now we've got two battles at once going on here for the lead of the race, and those guys that have just been lapped by the leaders. Kernich and Burton have separated now, and Burton's just holding on to the back of Madison Down here, trying to gap Kernich, I believe. Jared Filsell is starting to extend the gap out again.
Yeah, he's got it back out to that 1 second mark. That's fantastic. Madison Down had it down to just about half a second.
Oh, goodness me. Bit of a slide there from Phil Cell. If you could see that, Kane. El Nabi is now the next car in Phil Cell's line of sight. He'll want to get the Performance Motorsports driver dispatched very quickly. Whoa, Jared. Major wheel spin. Coming out of that turn. Monstering the curbs. Of course, Forzan doing a very good job at the moment just to keep it nice and clean. And I fully expect El Nabi to let Phil Cell by right there. There he goes. Pulls across, lets Phil Cell by, as he does with down. And now he's brought Jake Burton right back up into contention for that 30th spot. Madison Down has seen Jared Phil Cell's traffic woes. He will be looking to try and close that gap back up.
Yeah, El Nabi slowing down to let those guys by. And Jake was definitely able to take advantage of that. Gained an extra position there. That's going to move Jake up into that 30th spot.
Well, we're on lap 25 at the moment. Got about 8 laps left in this race. And the gap between Down and Phil Cell has closed right up. Look at this.
Yeah, with 8 laps to go, Madison Down has made this thing a battle to the end.
Ooh, just had his line compromised a little bit through the second last turn there, did Madison Down. He's closing right back up to Phil Cell once again. Into the final turn. Don't hit those tyre bundles, guys. Onto the throttle, nice and smooth. And then just try and stop the car from oversteering as you go through that very, very tight start-finish complex.
Madison Down at that half-second mark.
He definitely is, and with Hampstead pitting, he's all the way back down in 14th now. That's promoted Ethan Griggold to 3rd on the road in this race, so very good job from him. Josh Rogers up to 4th. Ken Kugamiya is in 5th, so that's your top 5 at the moment.
Phil Cell not pulling away as quickly as he did last time Madison had got this close. So
Yeah,
we still have a battle here for the lead.
Phil Cell might be feeling the burn with those tyres.
Do you want to mention that battle you were mentioning earlier with Anthony Kernich? Jake Burton has, of course, got by Falzon El Nabi, but now Kernich has caught Falzon and trying to get past.
Wow. Oh, stick the nose up the inside there at turn 1. Kernich driving for Angry Birds Racing in this race.
Kernich probably going to have to ride behind and just kind of wait for his chance there into the hairpin.
Well, he's looking quite a bit faster than Forzan at the moment. Probably driving a bit more aggressively. Forzan, I've noticed his driving. He's driving very conservatively, just looking after the car. Meanwhile, I can see Kernich's car squirming around.
Well, looking up ahead at John Latham, Lee Ellis side by side for that 10th, 11th, 12th position. Richard Hampstead there as well.
Here
Richard
we go.
Hampstead getting through.
Yeah, looking to make up positions. Oh, don't run too far into that gravel trap, John. Hampstead getting very, very close there to Lee Ellis. Oh, Hampstead might be going for the move in turn 1. No, he isn't. Oh, it's always one of those. It's one of those places where if you get it right, you can just shove it up the inside, make a move there into turn 1, but Richard Hampstead thought better of it on that occasion.
Yeah, the track is just so rough through there. Watching those cars bounce through there.
Ooh, a little bit of contact even, probably. Nose to tail. Hampstead goes for the move on Ellis. Oh, there's contact! They go side by side. Hampstead's car squirming around, trying to get the power down. Ellis has a bit more mid-corner speed through here, but Hampstead manages to keep the position. Richard Hampstead, 2/10.
Man, that was amazing passing through that section of the track. Great job.
Yeah, it's one of those places where you can really fire it up the inside there too. And I'm noticing the gap up the front has extended out once again. They're about a second apart.
Jake Burton doing a great job following Madison down from several laps ago. He's still right there with Madison.
He is indeed. Of course, Jake started in 16th position, so he is a bit out of position thanks to that penalty from his incident with Jason Dixon. Another two cars that are still very close together for positions 18th and 19th, Benjamin Smith and James McKnight. Oh, McKnight once again. Huge moment there.
Yeah, with 3 laps to go, I imagine these tires on this hot track are just shot.
Yeah, all the guys that stayed out in this race definitely feeling that wear.
Bree says we're getting ready to wind this thing down. Let's take a look at the gains and losses and just see how everybody's done today. David Moore is one with the biggest amount of gains here on the first screen. 9 spots he's gained to get up into the 15th spot. Michael Healy with 6 spots. John Latham and Lee Ellis both with 7 spots gained, as well as Sam Sutton's gained 7 to get up into 7th.
Well, that's a very good effort from all of them. Of course, some of that would be due to guys pitting in this race, so
True that,
if
true
they haven't
that.
pitted in this race, they will have to pit in the next race, so they're probably taking that chance for a good finish now, sort of taking the hit in race 2 and just trying to do a bit of a preservation race.
Biggest gainer of the race so far, Matt Strafford, has gained 12 spots to get up into 27th.
Also a very good effort from him. Matt Stratford driving for Performance Motorsports. He's very closely following resident Canadian Tony Klusterman. Oh, goodness me, Matt Stratford. A little bit of a snap there.
Yeah, I can't believe he saved that, man. That thing snapped so hard.
I tell you what, that second last turn is one of my favourite places to watch cars on the track because, you know, you're just coming off the load of going through that turn and the car just gets a bit light as you're going over that curb, and if you get the line even slightly wrong, the rear end just flicks out.
Our leader, Jared Filsell, on his final lap. He's got Madison down 1.2 seconds back. Just not able to hold on to him. And then, of course, third place is Ethan Grigg Gold. And he's quite a ways back, 4 seconds back from Madison down.
Yes, well, it's been a fairly eventless race. up the front, aside from Richard Hampstead pitting, and that very nice to watch battle between Josh Rogers and Kane Kugamiya that is unfortunately done and dusted. But coming through the second last turn now, we've got our leader, Jared Filsell, just taking a little bit of an off-track excursion there. Lightly. Oh no, we got a car spinning in front of him. Oh no, Filsell! Filsell! Oh my goodness! Oh, what's happening here? Madison Down almost got caught up in that too. Oh my goodness! Little bit of excitement right at the end there. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, it doesn't affect the finishing order. Filsell wins, Down second. Griggolt crosses the line to finish third. Josh Rogers fourth. Kane Kugamiya crosses the line to finish fifth. Sean Kelly sixth. Sutton seventh. PJ Sturgios from 13th to 8th. Very good effort from him. Jake Maloney 9th. And Richard Hampstead is going to come home in the top 10.
Can you imagine how fast Jared Filsell's heart's got to be beating right now? That had to have been a scary situation. All three of them.
Again, can we get a replay of that? Because I didn't quite catch all of that. That was absolutely insane to happen right at the end of the race there. That nearly completely ruined Filsell's race. That was Stratford and Kloosterman there. So Stratford had a bit of a spin in the last turn, it seems. Oh yeah, it looks like Stratford tried to go for the move on Kloosterman, but the rear end swung out, and then he tried to get back on, but Filsell was right there. Oh boy. Well, goodness me, Kane, that was quite the finish, to say the least.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Wow.
I knew there was
Right
going
at
to
the
be
end
something
there.
coming up on the finish, just because we just hadn't had that big exciting moment yet, and it definitely provided that for us right at the end.
Oh, well, that is the end of things. It is all said and done, and I guess we can go through the race results now. Jared Filsell, reigning champion, is your race winner for race 1. Madison Down in second. Ethan Griggolt, fantastic effort from him to finish in third position. Josh Rogers, also a massive effort to go from 7th to 4th. Kane Kugamiya finishes 5th, having lost 1 position. Sean Kelly drove a steady race to remain in 6th place. Sam Sutton gained 7 positions to finish in 7th place. PJ Sturgios 8th. Richard Hampstead ended up finishing 9th, and Jake Maloney finished in 10th place.
Lee Ellis came across in 11th, John Latham 12th, Kurt Stenberg in 13th, Michael Healy finished in 14th, Bo Cubis back in 15th, David Moore with some pretty good gains to get into 16th, Ian Ford in 17th, Benjamin Smith in 18th, James McKnight in 19th, and Wayne Burke down in 20th.
Jason W. Dixon in 21st position. Bo Cattell finished in 22nd. Brock Salmon 23rd. 24th went to Chris Coxhead. Brenton Hobson 25th. Jake Burton, the first of the cars to not finish on the lead lap, down in 26th. 27th was Matt Stratford. And 28th was Todd Parks. Jason Bentz 29th. Tony Kloosterman, after that tangle with Stratford right at the end that almost completely ruined Jared Filsell's race, ends up in 30th.
Yeah, Falzon El Nabi finished in 31st. Anthony Kernich with a pretty intense race there for the last quarter of that thing. Finished in 32nd. Craig Jones in 33rd. Cooper Murray down in 34th after a penalty took him to the back of the field. Richard Aylward in 35th. Mitchell Sealack in 36th. Jake Blackhall in 37th. Mick Cracknell finished back in 38th after a lap 1 incident, and then something else a little later on that took him back into the pits. Adam Zettinger in 39th, and that is going to round out the field.
Well, that was a race that had quite a few moments, exploded a bit at the end. I do agree with Matt Cecil in the broadcast chat. The irony, you could almost taste it. We said that the race had been very steady at the front, and then all of a sudden there was that crash. Quite funny looking back on it. But yeah, Jared Filsell is your race winner, and well, we've got a whole bunch of drivers in this race that didn't pit, so we basically know for sure that they are going to pit in the next race. So question is, who is going to win race 2? I would hazard a guess that it would not be Jared Filsell, Down, Greg Galt, Rogers, or any of those guys. I'm going to go right out there and say that we might get a surprise winner out of this.
Yeah, I think you're right on track. I think the winner is going to be someone that is not going to pit in that second round, because those guys prove that you can get through the 32 laps without pitting, and the tires will get you through. So I think that's exactly what we're going to see. And with those other guys having to pit since they didn't pit this time, we will definitely see a new winner in that second race.
I gotta say, I do like this split sprint format. It definitely throws a couple of spanners into the cogs and basically guarantees some shuffling up and down the field. I look forward to seeing more of it.
Yeah, on screen, real quick before I jump out of this server here, I do got the Mick Cracknell incident up on screen from that lap 1. Just going to follow Mick through this first lap, as we were asked by some viewers to go through and catch this replay.
Amazing how, oh goodness me, I'm just having a look at the incident myself. That was quite a jostle back in the pack.
Yeah, it looks like he just tried to fit, and he just didn't quite have enough room. I don't think it didn't look like it was anything seriously intentional, just a racing deal. But I assume they gave the penalty because it was just a move he probably shouldn't have tried on lap 1.
Well, that's racing, and that's the way things go. And if the drivers do have a problem with it, they can, of course, protest it with the stewards afterwards. That is the end of race 1. I'm going to gear up for race 2. I think as the race server goes up for race 2, we might take a little bit of a break. I need to rest the vocal cords ever so slightly, so I do believe we'll be right back very soon. You're watching the California Super Sprint. This is round 3 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. everyone. You're watching Round 3 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. This is the California Split Sprint. We're at Sonoma Raceway and we're gearing up